Thomas Wright's An Original Theory or New Hypothesis of the Universe, 1750. I own I can never look upon the stars without wondering why the whole world does not become astronomers. So admits Thomas Wright in An Original Theory or New Hypothesis of the Universe, 1750. Written in the form of 9 letters to a nameless friend, the book puts forwards my theory of the universe, and the ideas I have formed of the known creation. Although he was influenced by Comenius' pansophic theories of universal knowledge from a century earlier, Wright's theory of the heavens was strikingly original. Over the course of his discussions on the views of previous authors, illustrated in Plate 3, the position and movement of bodies in the sky, and the implications for time, eternity, and the soul, he was the first to correctly postulate that clusters of starry nebulae were in fact galaxies too distant for us to discern clearly, and that the luminous blur of the Milky Way was simply an optical effect caused by our immersion in it, as David Brafman explains in the Getty Research Institute blog. See Wright's Plate XXIX for his depiction. This insight into the Via Lactea predated Sir William Herschel and Caroline Herschel's work in astronomy by 2 decades, and was an acknowledged influence on Immanuel Kant's 1755 Universal Natural History and Theory of the Heavens. It took Edwin Hubble's photographs in the 1920s to offer proof of the nature of the Milky Way, and the telescope named after him continues to expand our fields of knowledge by use of images. Born in County Durham in 1711, Wright became, to use the title of Judy Preston's contextualizing paper in Garden History in 2010, a polymath in Arcadia, extremely well versed in mathematics, sciences, and the arts, as well as an eminent garden designer. He has only one other published book, An Introduction to the Antiquities of County Louth, Ireland, but his diary, and other papers, are in the Special Collections and Archives at Durham University, where an exhaustive description of his life and works can be found. Not all his ideas were as well founded as his work on the Via Lactea. In a manuscript sequel to An Original Theory, he proposed that the sky was solid and studded with inward-pointing volcanoes down whose shafts we see the stars. The 32 graven and mezzotinto plates found at the end of An Original Theory printed by the best masters and likely based on Wright's drawings reveal his remarkable range of vision. The most simple images show what Wright has observed in the night sky, Plate 16, then diagrams of how these constellations, Plate 19, and comets, Plate 9, are arranged and understood. From his empirical observations, and deductions about what this must mean for the relative positions and orbits, Plate XXII, Wright develops a much more ambitious proposal as to the construction of the universe. Plate XXVII depicts a globe within a globe, part of his hypothesis on the patterns and rules followed by bodies in space. It's a hypothesis which culminates in his globular visions of the last 2 plates, which show full and section views of the object of that incomprehensible being, which alone and in himself comprehends and constitutes supreme perfection. The extraordinary, endless eyes of the final plate, XXXII, give a good sense of Wright's cosmic conclusion, that just as the solar system as we observe it is full of complex bodies, so too, but on a larger, parallel scale is the wider universe, an unlimited plenum of creations, all centered on the law and vision of God. After a life of scientific discovery, adventure, and a career as a garden designer, Thomas Wright died in 1786. His observations and imaginations of his place in the greater scheme of things appear to have reconciled him to all those little difficulties incident to human nature. Presented with the immensity, and the visual richness, of space and the heavens, he concluded, but here, even in this world, are joys which our ideas of heaven can scarce exceed, and if imperfection appear thus lovely, what must perfection be? The Preface. He author of the following letters having been flattered into a belief, that they may probably prove of fomuth, or at least amusement to the world, he has ventured to give them, at the request of his friends, to the public. His chief defense will be found in attempt towards solving the phenomena of the Via Lactea, and in consequence of that solution, the framing of a Regular and rational theory of the known universe, before unattempted by any. But he is very fanfible how difficult it is to advance any new do and rhyme with success, the who have hitherto attempted to propagate. Astronomical discoveries in all ages, have been but ill rewarded for their bores, though finally they have proved of the greatest benefit and advantage to mankind. This ungrateful flawn we learn from the fate of the ingenious men, who, in ignorant times, have unjustly suffered for their few rare knowledge and discoveries. They who for feet conceived the earth of all, were treated only with contempt for their idle and ridiculous supposition, as it was called, and he who for feet attempted to explain the antipodes lost his life by it. But in this age philosophers have nothing to fear of this fort. The great disadvantages attending authors now, are of a widely different to nature. 2. Preface. Nature, rising from the infinite number of pretenders to knowledge in this science, and much is to be apprehended from improper judges, though from real ones nothing, for nothing is more certain than this, as much as any subject exceeds the common capacity of readers, so much will the work in general be condemned. The air of knowledge is at leaf in finding fault, and this vain pretense generally leads people, who have no real foundation for their judgment, to argue from, to ridicule what they are too fanciful they do not underhand. Thus the famed disadvantages too often attend both in public and private an exceeding good production. Equally the fame as a very bad one, but the author is not vain enough to think this work without faults, has rather reason to fear, from the weakness of his own capacity, that there may be many, but he hopes the defin of the whole will, in fomi fur, plead for the imperfection of the parts, if the merits of the planfowl be found insufficient for his full pardon, in attempting to extensify a subject in a system thus naturally tending to propagate the principles of virtue and vindicate the laws of providence. We may indeed say too little, but cannot fearly say too much, and to make any further apology for a work of Fuka nature, where the glory of the divine being of course must be the principal object in view, would be too like rendering virtue accountable to vice for any author to expect to benefit by Fuka excuse. The motive which induces us to the attempt of any performance, where no good fon can be supposed to be given for the omission, or neglect of it, will always be judged an unnecessary promulgation, and consequently every attempt towards the discovery of truth, the enlargement of our minds, and the improvement of our understandings will naturally become a duty. If, therefore, this undertaking falls short of being influential towards the advancing the adoration of the divine being in his infinite creation of high works, and proves unable to answer all objections that may possibly Arif again feeded, yet will its imperfections appear of Fuka a nature to every candid reader, as to afford the author a sufficient apology for producing them to the world, and it is to be hoped farther, that where a work is entirely upon a new plan, and the beginning, as it were, of a new science, before unattempted in any language, the I/Uther having dug all his ideas from the mines of nature, is purely entitled to every kind of indulgence. 2. Preface. V. To the who are weak enough to think that Fuka inquiries as the are over-curious, vain, and presumptive, and would willingly, footable to their own ignorance and comprehension, fet bounds to other people's labors. I answer with Mr. Huygens that if our forefathers had been at this rate scrupulous, we might have been ignorant till of the magnitude and figure of the earth J. Or that there was Fuka, a place, as we America Fould not have known that the moon is enlightened by the sun's rays, nor what the coughs of the eclipse of each of them. C. R. Nor a multitude of other things brought to light by the late. See dive coveries in Adronomy, for what can a man imagine more obdurve? Asterisk, or less likely to be known, than what is now as clear as the Sunday. Had we still paid that homage to a name, which only God and nature justly claim, the western seas had been our utmost bound, where poets still might dream the sun was drowned, and all the stars that dune in southern skies, had been admired by none but favage eyes. Dryden beds the noble nefs and plethora of the studies, wifedom, and morality are naturally advanced, and much benefited by them, and even religion itself receives a double ludra, to the confusion of the who would have the earth, and all things formed by the hovering concurve of atoms, or to be without beginning. In Adronomy, as well as in natural philosophy, though we cannot positively affirm everything we fate to be facts and truth, yet in fo noble and sublime a study as that of N.A. Tour, it is glorious, as Mr. Huygens says, even to arrive at probability. Notwithstanding then the disadvantages which ever have attended all new dive coveries, either through the ignorance of the age, or the universal paf. Fionoff ridicule in Foucault contented creatures, as can't comprehend, yet ever attacking with a foolhardy refoliation, the advancing enfins of knowledge. If ignorance was virtue, and wifedom vice I fay, regard less of this noyally. Sure, it is fewer our duty to spring forward, and explore the secret depths of infinity, and the wonderful hidden truths of this vast ocean of beings. But how the heavenly bodies were made, when they were made. 6. Preface. Made, and what they are made of, and many other things relating to their entity, nature, and utility, themes in our present state not to be within the reach of human philosophy, but then that they do exist, have final coughs, and were ordained for foam wife end, is evident beyond a doubt, and in this light mod worthy of our contemplation. He who through vad immensity can pierce see worlds on worlds compose one universe. Observe how Sidem into Sidem runs, what other planets, and what other suns, what varied being peoples every star J may tell why heaven made all things as they are. Pope. To expect that fo new and hypotheques fouled meet with universal ap. Probation. Would be an unpardonable vanity J. Nor is it reasonable. Every reader fould think the author obliged to remove all his prejudices and partialities, so far as to give him the perfect picture of the universe he likes bed. In many cafes it would be so far from being better for the world, if all men judged and thought alike, that Providence seems rather to have guarded against it as an evil, than anyhow to have promoted it as a general good, but the following theory regards the whole rather than individuals, and the many worthy authors cited in the work, who way have all greatly favored this extent 5 of thinking, will, I hope, be a sufficient excuse for forming the obvious conjectures into a theory, especially where fo great a problem is attempted as the solution of the via la phenomenon, which has hitherto been looked upon as an how mountable difficulty. The author has succeeded in this point, is a quotidian of no great consequence. He has certainly done his bed. Anno. There, no doubt, will do better, and a third perhaps, by foam more rational hypothesis, may perfect this theory, and reduce the whole to infallible demonstration. The filled Sidem of the polar planets was far from a true way one, but it led to perfection, and the lad we can never too much admire. It is well known, that the third Sidem of the planets was alpha but a conjecture, yet none will deny that it was an happy one. The Preface. 7. The dive covery of the magnet poles J. The government of the tides. proportional diphthongs and periods of the planets, and see have all their youths, and undoubtedly were difficult to be known. Ignorance is the disgrace of mankind, and thinks human nature almost to that of reptiles. No. Ledge is its glory and the distinguishing characteristic of rational creatures. To inquiries of this sort, then lure we may say with Milton, that God's own ear listens delighted. The subject is, no doubt, the noblest in nature, and as Foucault, will always merit the attention of the thinking part of mankind. Men of learning and science, in all ages, have ever made it their peculiar study. Towards the latter end of the Republic, and afterwards in the more peaceable times of Trajan and the Plinies, we have no reason to doubt but that astronomy was in the highest reputation, and notwithstanding Greece had been the chief seat of the philosophers, yet may we look of Rome in the days little inferior in the knowledge of the stars, when we find men of the first figure in life become authors upon the subject. We have many instances to show that astronomy was in the Greateful repute among the antients of all ranks, and almost everywhere look at upon as one of the greatest, if not as one of the first qualifications of their best men. As a confirmation of which, we find in the historical accounts of the Argives a very warm contempt betwixt the two sons of Pelops. 1205 years before Crigel. Thus testified by Lucian, when the AR gives, by public consent, had decreed that the kingdom fouled fall to him of the two, who fouled manifest himself the Raof learned in the knowledge of the stars, thy oils thereupon is fate to have made known to them, the constellation, or sign of the zodiac called Aries but Atros at the famed time dive covering to them Kerfeef the sun, with his various ling and setting, demonstrating his motion to be contrary to that of the heavens, or diurnal motion of the stars, was thereupon did king. Cicero translate the phenomena of Aratus into Latin verb. Julius Ucphar, as Pliny relates, wrote of astronomy in Greek and is fated to have left febrile books of the motion of the stars behind him, derived from the doctrine of the Egyptians. And Criv. 45. He with Sojogenes reformed the Roman year, which was first invented by Numa Pompilius. Germa. Nicus Cafar Alpho translate Aratus s phenomena into Latin verb anno dom 15. Tiberius and Hadrian are Alpho fade to have wrote on astronomy. Hence wrote the fable of the suns going backwards in the days of Atros as if struck with abhorrence of his bloody banquet. Vide Ovid's Metamorphoses. 2. 8. Preface. To recite more of the most eminent patrons and perfortors of this kind, my of learning here, will carry me too far from prevent purpose, for farther information therefore, I shall refer the inquisitive reader, to that curious catalogue in Cherbourg's sphere of Monilius where fo many ruling men dash of all ages and nations dwell, and illustrate the number. In a word, when we look upon the universe as a vast infinity of worlds, acted upon by an eternal agent, and crowded full of beings, all tending through their various states to a final perfection, and reflect upon the many illustrious personages, who have, from time to time, thought it a kind of duty to become observers, and consequently admirers of this stupendous sphere of primary bodies, and diligent inquirers into the narrow laws and principles of nature, who can avoid being filled with a kind of enthusiastic ambition, to be acknowledged one of the number, who, as it were, by thus adding his atom to the whole, humbly endeavors to contribute towards the due adoration of its great and divine Thor. I judge it will be quite unnecessary to say anything about the order of the work, since that would be only a repetition of the table of contents, to which the reader is referred, as to the proper account that can here be given. F7 emperors, 9 kings, and as many sovereign princes. Charlemagne wrote Ephemeridae and named the months and winds in High Duchy 770. Rich. 2. Pound 3b. The. V. The. Contents. Letter the first. /0 concerning the opinions of the Majl eminent authors Hof sentiments upon this subject have been published in their works asterisk. Pag copyright I. Letter the second. Concerning the nature of mathematical certainty, and the various degrees of moral probability proper for conjecture. 9. Letter the third. Concerning the nature, magnitude, and motion of the planetary bodies. Letter round the Sunday the 4th. 1. Of the nature of the heavenly bodies. Continued. With the opinions of the Antients concerning the sun and stars. 27. Letter the 5th. Of the order, difference, and multiplicity of the stars. The Via Latia and extent of the visible creation. 37. Letter the 6th. OJ general motion among JL the stars. The plurality of sea ferns. And innumerability of worlds. 48. Letter the 7th. F. The hypothesis, or theory fully explained and demonstrated, proving the real creation to be finite. 58. Letter the 8th. Of time and space. With regard to the known objects of immensity and duration. Letter the 9th. 67. Raphaelians, by way of general scholia, of consequences relating to the mortality of the soul, and concerning infinity and eternity. 77. DIREC. Directions for placing the plates. Plate I2. 3. 4. V6. 7. 8. Page 10. 1. 1620. Ibid. 22. Ibid. Plate 9x11. 12. 13. 14 15. 16. Page 22. 23. 35. 8.3. Ibid. 40. A2. Ibid. Plate 17 18. 19. XX. XXI XXII. XXIII. XXIV. Page 51 52. 56. 62 63 64. Ibid. Plate. Page. XXV 64. XXVI Ibid. XXVII 64. XXVIII 65. XXIX Ibid. Triple X. 70. XXXI 83. XXXII Ibid. Errata. Sum of the principle. Page 2. 416. 21. 33 34 43 49 61 62. 65 67 69 Plate X. Line. The words. Read. ULT. To seef relating. Seefing to relate. 3. Phenomenon. Phenomena. Is. Incomprehensible. Incomprehensible. 12. Comprehend. Comprehending. 28. Compared. Is compared. 37. Form. 20. Volving. From revolving. 24. Immovable. Movable. J9. Much. 28. XXIII. Much as XXI. 4. Where. Anywhere. 15. Alpha. All FO. 29. 1. R. Percent read the chara flares of the planets in this order. 5T. C. 2. V. Slash. A. Li. T. Of the. Subscribers. A. DT0RNIN. Han. Mr. Archer. Charles Ambler, F. B. Duke of Beaufort. Duke of Bedford. Duchess of Beaufort. Lord Berkeley, of Stratton. Miles Barn, F. Lancelot Barton, F. Han. Antoine Bentinck. Han. John Bentinck. Norbone Berkeley, F. John Brown, F.T. Blayman, F. Thomas Brand, EJQ-J. Bevis, M.D. Reverend T. Bonney, A.M. C. Countesses of Cunningelby. Lord Cornwallis. Lady Cornwallis. Edward Cave, F. John Cammack, FFQ, Honorable and Rev. Dr. Cooper. Mr. Richard Chadd. Mr. Henry Chappell. If. Culpeper. Mr. George Conyers. D. Rev. John Deal Terry, A.M. Mr. Samuel Dent. F. Charles Fitzroy Scudamore, F. Keen Fitzgerald, F. Thomas Fonera, F. Robert Rakes Fooldhorpe, F.T. Mr. Samuel Farrant. Mr. Paul Fordrenier. G. Marquion F. Gray. Lord Glenorchy. Francis Godolphin, F. Roger Gale, F. James Gibbon, F.T. Ralph Goward, F. Ralph Gowland, F. Ralph Gowland, Funier, F.Y. Dr. Gregory. Dr. Griffith. Rev. John Griffith, A.M. Rev. Midlamore Griffith. H. Lord Hardwicke, Lord Hychan. Chancellor of Great Britain. Han. James Hamilton. Mr. Thomas Heath. Mr. Thomas Holt. John Hughes, F.J. Earl. A list of the subscribers. I. Earl of Jerfay. Richard Jack Vaughan, F-Rev. Mr. Jones. K. Knowles, F. Dr. Kendrick. Mrs. Kennan, 4. L. Lady Viscount F's Limerick. Sir William Lee, Bart. William Lefter, F.K. Rev. Dr. Long, Mofter of Pem. Broke Hall, Cambridge. William Lloyd, F.K. Mr. Andrew Lawrence. M. R. J. Mead, M.D. Richard Merrick, M.D. Owen Merrick, F.J. Pierce Merrick, F.Y. N. Duke of Norfolk. Lord North. Lord Byfop of Norwich. Richard Nichols, F.Y. Mrs. Norfa. P. Duke of Portland. Earl of Pembroke, and C. 2 Countess of Pembroke, and C. Lady Palmer Featon. Robert Moneypenny, F.K. Sir Francis Poole. Sir John Poole. John Probin, F.K. Rev. Mr. Pierce. Mr. Dominic Pyle. Mr. Powell, of Cambridge. R. Duchess of Richmond, N.C. N.C. James Ralph, F.J. Alan Ramfay, F. William Red, F.Y2. Henry Reveley, F. William Reveley, F.K. S. Sir George Savile. Searle, F.Y. Rev. Dr. Smith, Maffer of Trinity College, Cambridge. Miff Stonehouse. William Simons, F.Y. Mr. James Scott. Mr. James Stevens. T. Lord Viscount Townshend. John Temple, F. James Theobald, F. Q. Charles Townshend, F. Q. Mrs. Mary Trevor. Mr. James Thornton. V. Lord Viscount Villars. W. Lady Frances Williams. Midges Williams. Mips Charlotta Williams. Rev. Thomas White, A.M. White, F.Q. Charles Lewis Weed Marketer, F.K. Mr. Ward. Y. Hahn. Philip York. Dr. Arthur Young, Preb. Of Kant *. Letter the First. Opinions of the Renofi eminent authors' Hope sentiments on the following subject have been published in their works. Sir. Reflecting upon the agreeable conversation of our loft meeting, which you may remember chiefly turned upon the stars, and the nature of the planetary bodies, a subject, which is generally allowed to give true pleasure to all the who take delight in mathematical inquiries, and having not a little regard to the repeated requefal, in your late letters, I have at length undertaken to explain to you, as far as I am able, my theory of the universe, and the ideas I have formed of the known creation. The hypothesis upon which this new astronomy is founded, and my now reduced into a regular system, was the result of astronomical studies full 15 years ago, hence I hope you will allow, I have more than observed Horace's celebrated aphorism, nonum prematur in annum. The Furfeed scheme of this hypothesis was planned in the year 1734, representing in a section of the creation, 18 feet long and 1 broad, febrile and worlds and syf. Thames, and a great number of emblematical figures, now in the author's Poplothian, together with a scheme of the entire creation, completed fins, 9 feet long and 6 broad, more fully illustrating upon the fame conatru and I on the innumerability of systems and worlds. B. The / 2. Letter the First. The subject, I have often observed, you have listened to with a pleased attention, and I am the more encouraged to explain it at large to you, as I am persuaded you don't want to be convinced of its valuable use and importance. I remember you have often told me, that to apply ourselves to the study of nature, was the first and readied way to commit any tolerable knowledge of ourselves, however difficult the task might prove either in the attempt, or the attaining it, and the lefts to be neglected, as it never fails to introduce a proper knowledge of the divine being, as a certain consequence along with it, and a knowledge, as will naturally make every man, who has but a tolerable share of common sense, and is not a slave to another's refon, without any other evidence or motive, in all stations, and under all circumstances, act justly, live cheerful, and die full of hope in the expandation of a happy sequel, in futurity. Eternity is written in the skies. Mankind's eternity, nor faith alone. Virtue grows there. Dr. Young *. A learned author on the attributes, recommending the studies as a reasonable and moral service, phase, sure, it is mod becoming fukaim. Perfect creatures as we are, to contemplate the works of God with this divine, that we may discern the manifestations of wifedom in them. You and thereby excite in ourselves the devout affections, and that see. Superlative reft. Which is the very Edens of Prave. Who turns his eye, on nature's midnight face. But mujate inquire. What hand behind the scene? 4. What arm almighty, put the wheeling globes in motion, and wound up the VAD machine? The enchanting idea Milton had of the subjects of astronomy, Hof. Truly sublime way of thinking and writing perhaps was never nearly equaled, or attempted before this reverend author's Night Thoughts AP. Paired is finely hewn in the 8th book of his Parrot Feloflo, where he makes his Adam fo earnestly attentive to the angel Gabriel, as to Seth, relating the mysteries of creation. The letter the first. 3. The angel ended, and his Adam's ear so charming left his voice, that he awhile thought him dill speaking j dill flood fixed to hear Milton's own ideas of the universe too, which no doubt he had gathered from a philonymical authors, and had reconciled himself to, we are fully made acquainted with in the famed book, where the archangel phase, in answer to Adam's inquiries. Other sons perhaps, with their attendant moons thou wilt cry communicating male and female light, which two great sexes animate the world. Stored in each orb, perhaps with foam that live. For fook of vaffle room in nature, unpedeft. By living soul, deferred, and defoliate. Only to fiend, yet scarce to contribute each orb a glimpse of light, conveyed fo far. Down to this habitable, which returns light back to them, is obvious to dispute. But before I presume to plan own dive coveries and conjectures into a theory, both injurious to the who have informed me for been in the fame way of thinking, and alpha as a defense of myself for producing fo new an hypothesis to the world, which otherwise, though any apology made to you I know will be unnecessary, may appear to too many but an idle chimera of my own. I judge it will be highly proper, by way of thinning my own arguments, and adding more weight to what I call myself advance in the following letters, to give you in this the opinions of the most able writers, whose works I have read upon the subject. I mean fo far as relates to the now general received notion, that the stars are all suns, and surrounded with planetary bodies, with which I call fet out, and fu, it is not a thing merely taken for granted, but has ever been the concurrent notion of the learned of all nations, as Paul be further hewn, in its proper place, and as nearly as possibility will admit of, demon florated to be truth. The following is an extra CL from Mr. Poland in his account of the works of Tordenus Bruno. K. J. The divine efficacy, phase this author in his infinite creation, cannot fland idle, without the want of will or power, but any imbecility in B2. Fuka. 4. Letter the first. 4 C. Fuka being argues imperfect lion, and fins any finite produce calm. Paired with infinity is as nothing, or rather as the beginning of good, it must be no less idle, and invidious in producing a finite of it, than in producing none at all. Hence, as all finites, fingly confidered, are but as commencements of something more to be expected. Omnipotence, in making the creation finite, will appear to be no less blamable for not being willing, than for not being able, to make it see otherwise, i.e. infinite, as being an infinite agent upon a finite subject, which is repugnant to refon. It follows then that, creation must be not only extensively, but infinitely indefinite, and beyond the reach of the human understanding to comprehend j. And that the one is as necessary as the other, in finite expanse is as reconcilable to our refon, as infinite parts are to our sense. The attributes of the divine being are, as any one of them, incom liblito his creatures without our imagination then be fupofet to extend beyond the divine activity. Thus, adds the above author, the excellency of God is adequately magnified, and the grandeur of his empire made manifold j. He is not 4. Glorified in one, but in number of sons, not in one earth, or in one world, but in 10,000 of infinite globes. An infinite representation of an infinite original, and a spectacle befit Ting the excellency and eminence of him, that can neither be fully conceived, imagined, or comprehended. What read we here? Th excellence of a God. Yes, and of other beings, man above. Natives of /ether. Sons of higher climes. Dr. Young. If the exigence of this one world be good or convenient, it is not less good or convenient that there be infinite others like it. The infinite efficient cough would be absolutely defective, without an infinite of it, and besides, by conceiving the infinity of the universe, and innumerable beings, the underflunding reveles satisfied, and is reconciled with the idea of an eternity, whereas, by asserting the contrary, it is unavoidably plunged into innumerable difficulties, and unsolvable inconveniencies, paradoxes, and absurdities. Again, phase the fame writer, did we boot confider and comprehend 41 all this, oh, to what much further confide rations and comprehensions. Howd. Letter the first. 5. W. How'd we be carried? As we might be fewer to obtain that happiness. By virtue of this science, which in other sciences is fought after in vain. This profitable vaft, what is it? Wait aright, 'tis nature's system of divinity. And every student of the night infpires. Dr. Young. 'Tis elder scripture, writ by God's own hand. Scripture authentic. Uncorrupt by man. This then is that philosophy, which opens the sense, which satisfies 3. The mind, which enlarges the understanding, and which leads man kind to the only true beatitude, whereof they are capable according to their natural state and constitution. For it frees us from the felicitous pursuit of pleasure, and from the anxious apprehensions of pain, ing us to enjoy the good things of the present hour, and not to fear more than we hope from the future, since that fame providence, or fate, or fortune, which coughs the vicissitudes of our particular being, will not let us know more of the one, than we are ignorant of the other. And farther, from the contemplations, if we do but rightly consider, it will follow, that we ought never to be dispirited by any strange accidents, through excess of fear or pain, nor ever be elated by any prosperous event, through excess of hope, or pleasure. Whence we have the path to true morality, and following it, we, all of coral become the magnanimous deaf pipers of what men of weak minds fondly of team, and be wife judges of the history of nature, which would be written in our minds, and consequently be cheerful and fruit executioners of the divine laws, which would thus be engraved in the center of our hearts, seeking, as it were, in ourselves, an approbation of our own Atian, which alone is capable of true content and happy nefs. Christopher Huygens, to whom the world is much indebted for many curious inventions, and mud dive coveries, phase in /I/%. Planetary Worlds I. Be of the fame. Opinion with all the great philosophers of our age, that the sun is of the same nature with the fixed stars J, and this will give us a greater the pendulum clock, the feet dive covery of Jupiter's satellites, and Saturn's ring. Letter the first. Greater idea of the world than all other opinions can. For then why may not every one of the stars, or suns, have as great a retinue, as our sun, of planets, with their moons to wait upon them? Nay, there is a manifest reason why they should J, for, if we imagine ourselves placed at an equal distance from the sun and fixed stars, we then perceive no difference at all betwixt them. Why then may we not make use of the same judgment that we would in that cafe J, and conclude, that our star has no better dance than the others? So that what we allowed the planets upon the account of our enjoying it, we must likewise grant to all the planets that surround that prodigious number of suns. They must have their plants and animals, nay, their rational creatures too, and the as great admirers and as diligent observers of the heavens as ourselves, and must consequently enjoy whatever is subservient to, and requisite for, fuca knowledge. See what a wonderful and amazing scheme have we here of the magnificent vastness of the universe. So many suns, fo many earths, and every one of them fetocked with fo many herbs, trees, and animals, and adorned with fo many seas and mountains. And how must our wonder and admiration be increased, when we consider the prodigious and multitude of the stars. The Apollon of Sir Isaac Newton. This great author, in his grand Scholia to Che Principia, phase, the most beautiful system of the sun, planets, and comets, could only proceed from the counsel and dominion of an intelligent and powerful being, and if the fixed stars are the centers of other like systems, the being formed by the like wife counsel, must be all subject to the dominion of one J. Of Peschele. Since the light of the fixed stars is of the same nature with the light of the sun, and from every system light paves into all the other systems, and leave the systems of the fixed stars fouled by their gravity fall mutually on each other, he, the divine being, hath placed the systems at immense distances from on pound. Another. Letter the first. 7. The opinion of Dr. Derham, in his Of Theology. The new Sidem, phase he, that there are many other syf turns of suns and planets, besides that, in which we have our revidence J, namely that every fixed star is a sun, and incompatible with a Sidem of planets, both primary and fecundary, as well as ours. The febrile Sidems of the fixed stars, as they are at a great and diffident distance from the sun and us jfo they are imagined to be at as due, and regular distances from one another, by which means it is that the multitudes of fixed stars appear to us of different magnitudes. The near to us large, the farther and farther, lefts and lefts, and that foam, if not all of the vad globes of the universe, have a motion, is manif to our sight, and may easily be concluded of all, from the condinsimilitude and confent that the works of nature have with one another. To this we may add, that this Sidem of the universe, as it is fafi cali demonstrable, is far the mod rational and probable of any. Because it is far the mod magnificent of any, and worthy of an infinite Creator, hope powers en and wij asterisk don 1, as they are without bounds and mefur, fo may they, in all probability, exert themselves in the creation of many Sidems as well as one. And as myriads of Sidems are more for the glory of God, and more demonstrate his attributes than one. Fo it is no less probable than possible, there may be many besides this, which we have the privilege of living in. A caret nd as the drong con. We formation of this. Phi it is really fo, as far as it is potable it can be discerned by us, at fuca immense distances as the Sidems of the fixed stars are from us, and we cannot reasonably expect more. Since the sun and fixed stars, phase Dr. Gregory, are the only great bodies of the universe that have any native light, they are justly deemed by philosophers to be of the same kind, and deficient for the same use. And it is the effect of a man's temper that fits a greater value upon his own things than he ought, that makes him judge the sun to be the big of them all. That, as an elegant asterisk writer observes, which we call the morning, or the evening star, is, in reality, a planetary world which, with the four others, that fo wonderfully, as Milton expresses it, vary their medic dance, are in themselves dark bodies, and seen only by reflection. Have fields and seas and skies of their own are furnished withal. accommodations for animal subsistence, and are fed to be the asterisk contemplations on the starry heavens. Abodes. 8. Letter the first. Abodes of intellectual life. Again, the sun, with all its attendant planets, is but a very little part of the grand machine of the universe. Every star is really a vast globe, like the sun, in size and in glory, no less spacious, no less luminous, than the radiant source of our day, fo that every star is the center of a magnificent system, has a retinue of worlds irradiated by its beams, and revolves round its active influence j, all which are loft to our sight in immeasurable trails of ether. Could we, phase the fame author, wing our way to the high ftap parent star, we should there fee other skies expanded, other suns that distribute their inexhaustible beams of day, other stars that gild the alternate night, and other perhaps nobler systems established j. Pound. F'blift. In unknown perfusion. Through the boundless dimensions. Sea of space. Nor does the dominion of the great sovereign end there. Even at the end of this vast tour, we should find ourselves advanced no farther than the frontiers of creation, arrived only at the suburbs of the great Jehovah's kingdom. Oh, for a telescope his throne to reach. Tell me ye learned on earth, or bleft above, ye fearching, ye Newtonian angels. Tell where your great mofters orb, his planets where? The Confucius satellites, the morning stars, perfect born of deity from central love. Dr. Young. Many other authorities might be produced from writers of great repute, were it necessary to trouble you with them. But I believe the above will be abundantly sufficient for the present purpose, if even an apology were wanting for my own conjectures. I shall therefore conclude this letter with the following passage out of Pope's Universal Prayer Carrot. And in my next shall proceed in the work I have undertaken. Yet not to earth's contracted span. Thy good nefs let me bound. Or think thee Lord alone of man. When thuf and worlds are round. I am N.C. Letter. Plus particularly from Fonknell, N.C. 9. Letter the second. Concerning the nature of mathematical certainty, and the various degrees of moral probability proper for conjecture. Sir, why you know how much I am an enemy to the taking of anything for granted, merely because a person of reputed judgment has been heard to say it absolutely is fo. And ipfe dixit, and implicit faith in foam cafes may be both necessary and useful. But here, in astronomy, I mean, every man's refon, by the help of a very little mathematics, is able to bring wonderful truths to light without them. And truths not only of the highest importance to every individual, but of a great and common consequence to all mankind, and as Fuka, in all ages of the world, have been judged worthy to be inquired into, by the belt and wife of philosophers. You are likewise very sensible how far the human understanding is even at the best, from being infallible, and don't want to be told, how difficult it is in a subject of this nature to arrive at any tolerable degree of certainty, which before the days of the sagacious Euclid and the penetrating Archimedes was a thing not to be expected. And many things, which were then but barely objects of conjecture and probability, have since been demonstrated to be infallibly true. Time and observation will undoubtedly, at last, differ over everything to us necessary to our natures, and proper for us to know. As a proof of which, we fee human wifedom daily increase, and while a capacity continues to make ourselves still more acquainted with the manifest wifedom and power of God in the works of his creation, Who is to tell us where to flop our inquiries? Or who is FO impious to FET bounds to a science, which FO evidently breeds through all infinity, the attributes of God, and an eternal bales for futui hope? This branch, or rather body of astronomy, I believe you will find to be quite new, and though evident truths, are the principal thing to be regarded in it, yet as being in its infant state, where lineal demon. C. Fixation. 10. Letter the second. Fixation fails, as in foam cafes it cannot be otherwise. I hope you will give me leave to make use of a weaker way of reasoning, to convince you of the point in dispute, I mean of that by the analogy of known and natural things. I'll be extremely unwilling to affirm anything for a fact, or truth, without hearing, if not the real evidence, at least a plausible refund, next to a conviction, or moral certainty, along with it, and therefore I will here endeavor to explain to you what I mean by moral certainty and alpha by mathematical proof. Mathematical proof, or certainty, proper for conjectures, may, to almost every capacity, be illustrated as follows. Suppose you had accidentally found a very small part of a vividly broken medallion, with nothing more express upon it, than what is represented at fig. Plate I. A person totally unacquainted with the mathematical sciences, we may naturally conclude, would not be able to make anything of it, or in the least comprehend what it originally was, or meant. But if an adrenomer fjall chance to fee it, who of course we are to suppose knew the order and proportion of the planetary orbits, he would immediately conclude, and with great probability, on the side of his conjectures, that it might be part of a metal representing the solar system. In Fuka a cafe may we not very naturally suppose he would refund thus? A. The arches and B seem to be portions of the respective orbits of Saturn and Jupiter, and what may lead us to believe, that they are really FO, and part of the solar system, is the oblique curve C, which looks not unlike the trajectory of a comet. This surely would be far from an irrational conjecture, and consequently in foam degree probable, but this is not sufficient. You'll prove it. We must have farther recourse to the mathematics, and a mathematician would immediately thus demonstrate it to be true. Third, by completing the circles geometrically from the fourth book of Euclid by the additions of any 3 points EFG, the original figure will be rendered, as at Fig. 2. And secondly, by affuming any 2 points, as F, E in the curve C, if admitted a parabola, by a well-known problem in conic the heliocentric portion XYZ will equally be projected and hewn, as in Fig. 3. Ladley, join this in podtion to the former, and it will justly supply the orbit, or path of foam one of the comets, and if required, even what comet may be dive covered by comparing the perihelion distance ys with their general elements or theories, in Dr. Halley's synopsis of the motion of the bodies. And if a farther condonation of the truth of the conjectures were wanting. Letter the second. U. D. The small concentric circles it would now be allowed beyond a contradiction, to represent the secondary orbits of Saturn, and thus the feed presumption being carried through several corroborating degrees of probability, almost part a dispute, would become a mathematical certainty, and the above imperfect piece of medallion, would evidently appear beyond a contradiction to be part of a representation of the fate solar system. And Fuka as is, hewn in Plate 2. QJE. D. Thus in many cafes, it often happens, that from a very small part of orbicular things, we are able to determine the form and direction of the whole, and hence you may conceive it no very difficult talk to a mathematician, to describe the orbits of all the planets in the solar system, though he had never observed them but in one and the same sign of the zodiac. Thus far I have thought it would not be amiss to explain to you the nature of the steps, by which we arrive at moral certainty, and where the subject will admit of it, mathematical conviction, which will not a little contribute to frang. Then many of the arguments hereafter made use of, and in foam degree. Ferv to apply the place of proof, where infallible demonstration can not from the nature of the thing be covered, but befides the indisputable principles of geometry, the universal law of analogy and similitude of things, have a privilege to affect us in conjectures relating to the heavenly bodies, and though not of equal force with the former, is often as conclusive as the subject requires. This fort of probable evidence, as Dr. Butler observes, is eventually dipped in gified from demonstrative. By this, that it admits of degrees j, and of all variety of them, from the highest moral certainty to the very low presumption, and that which chiefly constitutes probability, is expressed in the word likely, or natural likeness, as to state or being. Way this general of arguing, I think, is allowed to be evidently natural, just and conclusive, and unquestionably to have its weight in various degrees, towards determining our judgment. For instance, found any ignorant person, endowed with rational principles, cut open a pomegranate of the natural growth of England, and finding it full of small globules, or kernels, upon being presented with an every way similar fruit, fade to be the produce of Italy, doubt of its being of the same nature, and fed of like globular seeds within here indeed would be no mathematical evidence to affect the judgment, the object of proof being invisible, but fewer from the external similitude, the strongest probability of their being alpha internally the same. Again, is it natural to suppose that the fur-feed person who found a lark's nest, and in it several of the female's eggs, fouled have any apprehensions of finding none in the nightingale's only because he had never seen one be? C2. 4. 12. Letter the second. 4. I believe the most illiterate person of the early ages, who had curiosity enough for Foucault's search, would be greatly disappointed in Foucault's cafe, and far from concluding that the nightingale had none. Farther, fouled anyone who had seen several sorts of fish taken out of the river Temech, or out of the Nile, have any sort of suspicion that he fouled find no Foucault creatures in the Seine or the Ganges, though it fouled be allowed that he had never seen any Foucault creatures that were known to come from thence. Ocular demonstration, in Foucault Café, would fewer be unnecessary, and an evidence of the fur feet, I believe b/old be abundantly sufficient to convince us of what we ought to look for at leaf in the loft, but then the fifties of different seas, and of rivers are not of the same species Eulphage, but as it were infinitely diversified through all the aqueous world. This is, and must be granted, and a like variety of species must also be granted, in the former cafe of the birds, but no objection can possibly arise from any Foucault diversity, since we don't pretend to say, nor is it at all necessary, that the beings in the sidereal planets shall be everywhere the same with the of our solar system. A variety must everywhere be admitted, and will always be admired, where the work is nature's, and the different gods. All then that I here pretend to argue for, is a universality of rational creatures to people infinity, or rather Foucault parts of the creation, as from the analogy and nature of things, we judge to be habitable seats for beings, not unlike the mortal human. Every animal, and every vegetable, that, as it were, naturally excephless by the virtues, properties, or laws of the mineral kingdom, has foam thing of a fecundary nature, depending upon it as a principle J and to Fe that the stars, which are a certain vivible fort of cotemporaries in space, with the sun, have no like planetary bodies with ours moving round them. Because we cannot possibly fee them, is no less absurd and ridiculous, than to argue, that we can have no refund to expect to find, in the proper seafon, grapes upon every vine, figs upon every tree, ropes upon every buff, only because foam of them are at fuca a difference, that neither rope, fig, or grape, can be dive covered by the eye. This fort of refining, though foam perhaps may neglect it, I am persuaded you will look upon as abundantly sufficient for things out of the reach of science. 2. Determine J. And that the collective body of stars have not been dive covered, to be together a proper subject for Foucault conjectures before, can purely only proceed from the want of time, necef. Fairy to complete the observations proper for a foundation to build Foucault hypothesis, or theory upon. This is the great article in which the M.O. Derns have FO much, and ever will have an advantage over the anti-ants. A.nd hence it will appear, that the letter the second 13. The improvements and dive coveries of latter ages are not at all owing to the greater capacity of the moderns, but from the advantages received we ed, or arriving from the inventions and progress made by the ancients. At feet in a manner walked by their leading firings, and though many of them now are broke, or euphlefs, none can deny, but that formerly they were of great advantage in promoting and directing philosophical queries. In an assemblage of the most eminent men of all ages, if we may view Pope Foucault a conference among feet the illustrious dead, on purpose to deliver their liberal sentiments familiarly together, on the most interfling subjects of natural knowledge, who would not lament the disadvantages. Poor old Thales and Hipparchus Oratolomi, would lie under, who had no thing but the eye of refund to direct them, in opposition to the judge meant of a bra, or a Galile sirs, who reaped fo much benefit from their compound optics. But on the other hand, perhaps if the Folar system was the topic of discourse, a Pythagorean might very pertinently say to a Newtonian, you have not gone much farther in the light WKHR direction, than we did in the dark alone, for you are flill roving round the famed circles. Much might be said upon this head, but I believe it would be a difficult matter to do justice to all parties, so here I intend to leave them, only must observe, that popularity will always have the advantage over their predecessors, and that after ages, in all probability, will reap fo great a benefit from the invention and improve ment of flux ions, that scarce anything, which is the immediate object of Foucault inquiry, will long lie concealed from a true mathematical genius. For this, in which he has surpassed all the anti-ants, and greatly advanced the philosophical sciences, the world is indebted to Sir F.C. Newton. But as many of his dive coveries, Foucault as relate particularly to the laws of the planetary system, are but as fo many confirmations of the conjectures and imaginations of astronomers and philosophers before him, it perhaps will not be amiss to acquaint you a little with the astronomy of the anti-ants concerning the universe. And before I proceed to the of my own, view you in the first place how far their speculations in the six fibble creation have been carried, and with the five hall conclude this preparatory epiphtle. The universe, or mundane space, by which the anti-ants comprehend all creation, has, from time to time, according to the progress of science, come under a fort of necessity of being veritably modelled agreeable to the opinion. Y** the true system of the planets have been dive covered above 2,000 years. I4. Letter the second. Opinion of the febrile authors, who have judged themselves wife enough to write upon it with a mathematical foundation, and the Kaf. Michael system, by which is meant the coordination of its constituent parts, has undergone almost as many changes as its elements are even ca. Pabble of every age of the world, as knowledge has increased, either from improved imagination, or repeated observations, producing foam thing new concerning it. Milton, no doubt, had all this diversity of opinions in view, as appears from his supposed pre-knowledge of Raphael in the following Pathologe, Book 8. Hereafter, when they come to model heaven, and calculate the stars, how they will wield the mighty frame. How build, unbuild, contrive. To fave appearances, how gird the sphere. With centric and eccentric scribbled o'er J-cycle, and epicycle, orb in orb. But the following synopsis, I believe, will abundantly convince you that from certain observations only, we ought to form all our notions of it, if we either hope to arrive at truth, or expel our ideas fouled be fupperted by refon. Aristotle was of opinion, that the universe, or heaven, was all one world, and St. Chrysostom, Tertullian, St. Bonaventure, Tycho Brahe, Longomontanus, Kepler, Bewley Aldous, and Tellus were of an united opinion, that this one heaven, or universe, was all real and fluid. But Aegidius, Hirtatus, Cisalpinus, and Aver, S.A., believing the fame heaven with them to be all one world, and that real, yet on the contrary held it to be folid. Clemens, Acacius, Theodoret, Anastasius, Sinaida, Procopius, Suidas, S. Bruno, and Claudianus Mamertus, supposed the universal mundane space as divided into two heavens, namely, the empiricum created the first day, and the firmament created the fecund day. Two heavens were alpha held by Justin Martyr, the one real, and the other aerial. The first low, supposed by St. Gregory Nassine, to be that of the fixed stars, and the Lafel, that of the planets. But Magellarius and Bellutus, though agreeing in the number of heavens, call one the Rimum mobile, and the other, the starry heaven. Farther. Letter the second. R5. Farther, St. Basil, St. Ambrose, Damascene, Cassiodorus, G.E. Nebrardus, Suarez, Tanarus, Huartadus, Ovidus, Tellus, and Boris, differing the universe as divided into three portions, or heavens. The first, called the empyreum, watery, asterisk. The fecund supposed sidereal, and the loft of all, aerial. 8. R backslash. N urn, aerial. NV.3. 5. I watery. Pound sidereal. Again, St. Athanasius adds to the of the fixed stars, the planets, and the air, that of the empyreum caret, and makes in all four heavens. But as the number of the heavens thus increases, and will become subdivided in the subsequent account of them, to give you a better idea of the order of the celestial portions of the mundane space, it will not be amiss to form what remains of them into regular sections of their proper spheres and systems. See Plate 3. In which figure, the Furphy represents a section of the cosmical theory of Ovidus and Ricciolus, both consisting of 5 vens, viz. The fixed stars. A. Saturn, B asterisk Ea. C15 asterisk Jupiter. Caret 5D Sol. With D. 5. And dollar included. The moon. E. G empyreum caret. The water, F. The fixed stars. A. H. The planets. The air. I. Fig. 2 Reprephants. That of Venerable Bede and Rabanus. Viz. Of 7 heavens. And according to Bede comp of the air. P. The slash ether. O. Olympus. N. M. The element of fire. A. The firmament. The angelical region. L. Realm of the Trinity. K. But by Rabanus. The atmosphere, the upper air, the inferior fire, the superior fire. Sphere of the fixed stars. The crystalline heaven asterisk the empire serum. Fig. 16. Letter the second. Fig. 3. Reprephants. The hypotheses of Eudoxus, Plato, Callippus, Cicero, Riccius, Philo, Remigio sy, Aben Ezra, Carthufiano sy, Lyranus, Phogelatus sy, Bru, Genfi sy Orontiu sy Cremoniju sy Philolathos, Amicus, and Rubius, Alpho the Babylonians and Egyptians. Confiding of 8 heavens. All side real, viz. The sphere of the fixed stars, and of the se. Ven planets. Fig. 4. Is that of Macrobius sy. Holly Alpatragius y. Rabbi Yophu. Rabbi. Moiphus y. Scotus. Abraham Zagatus. Sacrobophans. Claramentius Avigra. And Araga. All of 9 heavens. Comprehenda primum mobile. Or. According to Arriaga. A folid. Ampere serum. The sphere, of fixed stars A, and the Phoeban regions of the polar planets. Fig B is that of the great Alphonsus Fernlius Regiomontanus. Micus. Maurolicus. And Langius. Alpho of Azahel. Phoebid. And ZJ Foj T/EZ. / pound, and like Vipe of Gulielmus Paraphienphis, and Johannes Antonius. Delphinus. Confiding of 10 heavens, made up of a primum mobile. Asterisk. S. Empirum. AR sphere of tripodation in longitude the sphere of the fixed stars. Primum mobile. A. And of the Phoeban polar planets within. Note, some authors place the sphere of tripodation in longitude B. Lo that cf the aplane, or 8th sphere. Loftly, Fig. 6 is the heaven of Petrus Aliakanges, the college of Conum. Bra. Martinenges. And Foamtime. Of Clavius. And Alpho Johannes Warnerus. Leopoldus de Auge Elred. Johannes Antonius Maginus J. And Ladley, of Clavius. In all 11 heavens containing Ta primum mobile or, as others Phae, an empirime. V. A sphere of libration in latitude. W. A sphere of libration in longitude. A. The sphere of the fixed stan, and of the planets. Thus you see how many various opinions have from time to time been embraced concerning the fabric and formation of the vivible uni. Verfetch. All of which are now and have long been exploded. And although at first advanced by men of the Greek learning, and of the deep penetration in natural knowledge, it does not appear from any one of their opinions, that they had any the lead notion of infinite space, but as it were. Letter the second. I7. Were confined the divine being to their limited notions, as one may. Fay in an egg hell. If therefore what I'll haul hereafter advance, extend io. Far without the known creation, that you can pofiably conceive no bounds to the works of infinite wifedom and power, I hope you will be in no danger of looking upon it as more ridiculous, or absurd, than what fo. Many of the wife of men of every age have thought proper to attempt, and have judged worthy of their attention fo long before me. If anything, lefts fo, I fall think myself happy enough in having broke, or rather pal. Fed the narrow limits to which the creation has for fo many years. Been confined, in hopes of tempting men of greater talents to look up. Wards, and pursue fo noble a subject as far as the human under fee and incarad is capable of comprehending it. To the opinions above might be added many more, particularly that number of Johannes Baptista, Turianus, and Fracage Lorius, who increased the burr of heavens to 14, viz. Phoebon on each side the plane. But of this I have fade enough. In my next I'll proceed to matter better grounded, and M, and C, D. Letter I8. Letter the third. Concerning the nature, magnitude, and motion of the planetary bodies, and round the sun see. Sir. The younger Pliny, if I remember right, Fomuer phase, that, there is, or ought to be, a wide difference betwixt writing to a friend, and writing to the public. I have indeed pleased my self with the one, but am far from thinking myself qualified for the other. I must therefore rather entreat you, though perhaps you cannot possibly, my overlook all faults as an author, to excuse them at least in the friend. And by a kind of unlimited indulgence, you will give me a much greater chance to do the subject foam justice, though I own I depair in this feat attempt, to reconcile everything I advance to a more cool and impartial reasoning. But to the Bufinovs, as I have no ambition to have the substance of my theory more mired by you than underfeatured, which is too often the cafe in works of this nature, I must beg leave to repeat to you part of a former diff. Corf, which will refer in your ideas the principal laws of the system of our sun, and make you properly acquainted with things as are necessary to be known in the now astronomy of Copernicus. And see, before I proceed to any new matter, the Nicolaus Copernicus, field by Bewley Aldous, vir ab foliutaf utilitatis, was a native of Thorn in Pollage Progafia, and canon of the Church of Frauenburg. He was scholar to Domi Nicus Maria of Ferrara, to whom he was affectant in his philoronomical observations at Poland, and professor of the mathematics at Rome, in his noble work, De Revolutionibus Orbium ca. Loyalium, he fortunately revived, happily united, and formed into an hypothesis of his own, the febrile opinions of Philolaus, Heraclides Ponticus, and Ecphantus, Pythagoras, viz. After the opinion of Philolaus, he made the earth to move about the sun, as the center of its annual motion, and according to Heraclides and Ecphantus, he likewise gave it a diurnal rotation round its own axis, which system has withfeated all opposition, and as Ricciolus, though a diffeenter from it, observes, por damna, por cades, ob ipfo fumit, opes, animum cut, Pharaoh. Letter the third. 19. The sun, you are not to learn, is the reputed center of our planetary system, and may remember, that the earth on which we live, and the 5 following erratic stars viz. Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Venus, and Mercury, have been demonstrated to move round him in the order and manner following. Saturn is found to complete 1 revolution round the sun in 29 years, 174 days, 6 hours, and 30 minutes, at the distance of about 170 million of miles. Jupiter performs a like revolution in about 11 years, 317 days, 12 hours, and 20 minutes, diptant from the Sun about 424 mil. Lions of miles. Mars completes his circuit in 1 year, 321 days, 23 hours, and 20 Theban minutes. And his mean diptance is about 123 millions of miles. The three are called superior planets, as being farther from the Sun than the Earth, and circumscribing its orbit. The Earth circumambulates her orbit in 1 solar year, viz. in 365 days, 5 hours, 48 minutes, and 50 Theban seconds, at the mean diptance of 81 million of miles. The radius of Venus's orbit is about 59 millions of miles, and that of Mercury nearly 32 millions, ditto. The heliocentric revolution of Venus is made in 224 days, 16 hours, 49 minutes, and 20 Theban seconds, and that of Mercury in 80 Theban days, 23 hours, 15 minutes, and 54 seconds. The two loft planets are called inferior ones, as being circumscribed by the Earth. The diameter of the Sun being demonstrated to be nearly Theban 163 Theban miles. The proportional magnitudes of all the above planets will be found nearly as follows, viz. The diameter of the globe of Mercury, 4,240 carad. Venus, the Earth, Mars, Jupiter, 79° I. V degree SM 74 greater than 0.44 degree U. IES. I. 81.0001. And Saturn. 61.000 J. E. Copyright. Letter the third. Thus much I have thought proper to promote, and for your immediate information, have added the following schemes, that nothing may be wanting to give a general idea of the order of the celestial bodies in our own system, before I attempt to lead you through the neighboring regions of the stars to the more remote trails of infinity. Plate 4 is a true delineation of the polar system, with the trajectories of 3 of the principal comets, hope periods, and orbits have been accurately determined, and are represented in their true proportion and coefficient to one another, and the order of the planets round the Sun, marked with their respective characters, viz. T. For Saturn, %, Jupiter, D, Mars, registered. The Earth, 5, Venus, and 5, Mercury. The scale being nearly 518 millions of miles to an inch. Plate B is a true projection of the system of the known comets, in which are represented 9 of the chief trajectories, from their apheliae to their perihelii, all in just proportion and coefficient to the orbits of Saturn and Jupiter, which are alpha represented by the 2 concentric circles, Fupofed, to be drawn round the Sun as their center. The ellipses, or trajectory, marked A, is the coefficient and path of the comet which appeared in the year 1684, hope period is Fupofed to be about 50 years, and has been observed within the region of the planets once. That marked B, is the way of the comet of 1682. The period conjectured to be about 75 years and a half, and has been observed thrice. C, way of the comet of 1337. The period about 100 years, observed once. D, that of the comet of 1661 J. The period about 129 years, observed twice. E, tract of the comet of 1618 J. The period about 160 years, observed once. F, way of the comet of $1,677. The period about 200 years, observed once. G, way of the comet of 1744. The period about 300 years, observed once. H, way of the comet of 1665. The period about 400 years, observed once. I, way of the comet of 1680 J. The period about 575 years, observed thrice. The letter the third. 21. The scale of this system is equal to 1/3 of the former. Here one must observe to you, as a thing I judge may prove of great consequence with regard to the system of comets, which is as yet very imperfect, that I am strongly of opinion, that the comets in general, through all their reap and eve orbits, describe one common area, that is to say, all their orbits with regard to the magnitude of their proper planes, are mathematically equal to one another, which, if it once could be proved, and confirmed by observation, the theories of all the comets that have been justly observed, might easily be perfected, and their periods at once determined, which now we can only guess at, or may wait whole ages for more certainty of. What leads me to believe, that this may prove to be really the case is this. I find by calculation, that the orbits of the two loft comets, Hof elements have been molded, core and ed. by Sir Ifasi Newton and Dr. Halley are to one another, according to their numbers, nearly as *13 to F17. Notwithstanding one of them is one of the most erratic that ever came on. There are observation 3 and the other one of the mod, neighboring to the Sun. But it is well known to all mathematicians, that the feet of the comets moved in FO eccentric a trajectory, that the lead error in its almost incredible proximity to the Sun will produce a very fanciful difference in the area of the orbit, and accordingly, if we moderate the perihelion distance of this comet, by making it but 1000 instead of 612, which is but increasing it a part of the great radius of the orbit, which is an error every astronomer will readily grant is very easily made, and we all find the orbits of the Fade 2 comets to be exactly equal. Further, I must inform you, that the comet of 1682, which the above compared with, seems to have been FO accurately observed, that it does not appear to have altered its perihelion distance half a 68th part in one entire revolution. Now, if we can with any show of refon, and a probability on our side, bring the areas of the two extreme comets, as I may call them, to an equality, fewer, we may conclude it is a subject highly worthy to be more confided and inquired into. Plate *13165339,9682822 comet of 1680. F1708155,4644 comet of 1682. Percent the number in Dr. Halley's synopsis. 22. Letter the third. Plate 6. Is a true representation of the fatalites of Thames, proportionable to one another, and to the orb of the Sun's body, that a just idea of the distances of the secondary planets, may be easier had from their respective primary ones. S represents the solar body with its atmosphere. Fig I is the system of Saturn from the famed scale. Fig 2. That of Jupiter from Ditto. And Fig 3. The orbit of the Moon round the Earth, in the same proportion. But as you can have but a very imperfect idea of the magnitude of the loft circles, with regard to the body of the Earth or Moon, Plate 7 is a true projection of their real globes, at their proper distance from each other, with their common center of gravity, and the point and line of equal suspension betwixt them, viz. A. Represents the globe of the earth. B. That of the moon. C. Point, and CD, line of equal suspension betwixt them. E. Common center of gravity, which describes the orbis magnus. E, F, and B, G, is the orbit of the moon. Farther, that nothing may be wanting to give a true notion of the whole together. Plate 8 is a proportional asterisk drawing of all the primary and secondary planets together, distinguished by their characters, proper to attend a globe of 12 inches diameter, Fuka 1 being Fupofet to represent the Sun. Plate 9 is an exact scheme of the principal known comets, in just proportion to the globe of the Earth represented at A, with the nucleus, and part of T tail of the comet of 1680, B, as it was observed in its effluent from the Sun viz. AA the comet's natural atmosphere, ZZZ, the denser matter, winding itself into the axis of the train XX the inflamed atmosphere and tail dilated near the Sun. C, represents the ball of the comet of 1682. D, that of 1665, E, that of 1742, and F, the head of the comet of 1744 asterisk and again, that you may have some notion of the apparent magnitudes. Plate of all the planets and comets, and see as they appear at the Earth. Euro. Letter the third. 23. V. Plate X represents the Sun and Moon in the just proportion of their mean diameters, with 2 of the comets and B, and the 5 erratic planets, as they are observed at the Earth, in a middle state of their distances from it. For a more full and particular description of all the parts of the solar system, and of the home elements of astronomy in general, I refer you to Michael VCCELE/Lisfac, where everything concerning the planets, comets, and stars, and their real and apparent motions, are at large represented, explained, and accounted for the benefit of Fuka as have not made the mathematics their regular study. Now, to convince you that the planets are all in their own nature no other than dark opaque bodies, reflecting only the borrowed light of the Sun, I must recommend to your observation, this natural and ample experiment, which almost any opportunity of seeing the Moon a little before the full, will put into your power to make but belt and if when the Sun is in any of the north signs, i.e. in summer. At Fuka a time, the Sun being near setting, the Moon will appear in the eastern hemisphere J, and if there be any bright clouds northward, or southward near her, you will plainly perceive, that the light of the one is of the same nature with that of the other J, I mean the light of the Moon, and that of the cloud. To me there never appeared any difference at all J. And I am persuaded, were you to make but 2 or 3 observations of this kind, which is from nature itself, afford of ocular demonstration, you cannot fail of being convinced, that the Moon's light, Fuka as it is, without heat, can possibly proceed from no other cause than that which illumines the cloud, for if the clouds, hof, composition we know to be but a thin light fluid, formed of condensate vapors only, is capable of remitting FO great a luster, how much more may we not allow the Moon, which, length of time, and many other circumstances, have long confirmed to be a durable and solid body. The increase of her luster, indeed, during the absence of the Sun from us, to a less penetrating genius than yours, may possibly afford foam trifling ground of objection to the above conclusions, as being drawn from the basonomina of daylight only, by refon in the night. We have no clouds in equal circumstances to compare with her. But this I need not tell you, is all owing to her being seen through a darker medium, and not to any real increase of natural light emitted from the sun. As a proof of which, were it necessary, you need only hut out the rays of the atmosphere, by the help of a sufficiently long 24. Letter the third. Long tube, and the moon, or any other celestial body, will appear through it, as bright in the daytime as in the night. Thus all light bodies of inferior luster, whether fining by their own natural radiances, or by a borrowed rival and ion, partake of the same advantage, when removed from the more potent influence of a superior one. And hence it is, that the asterisk origin etherea finds out most manifest, when the body of the sun himself is hid, the stars, and the violatia most lively and numerous in the absence of the moon, and the exhalations, or meteors, vulgarly called falling stars, become only visible, like glowworms, in the night. Here it may not be improper to tell you, that the clouds are to us in effect no other than as many moons, whereby we have our artificial day prolonged to us several hours after the sun is fet, and likewise produced as much sooner before he rises, and were they to ascend by still stronger power of exhalation to an elevation, all round the atmosphere, as to form a sphere equal to 4 times the globe of the earth, there would then be no such a thing as real nocturnal darkness to any part of the world. The lunar light then we may very justly conclude, proceeds originally from the sun, and notwithstanding many more arguments might be drawn from the demonstration of her phases, eclipse, and see to prove it, yet none of them need here be added, to what has been already said, to convince you of the truth of it. This being granted, let us now consider what effect this, or a like quantity of borrowed light, would have, when removed to a much greater distance. I think, suppose, that you know much of optics as to on der hand, that all visible objects apparently decrease in magnitude, as their distance from the eye increases. Consequently, that, if the moon's orbit was placed as far again from the earth as it really is, her globe, or rather disk, would then seem to be but half as big as to us he now appears to be, and, of course still farther, were he placed at 10 times the distance he is known to revolve at, her apparent diameter would be reduced to a 10th part, only of what it now appears to be in her present orbit, that is, 100 times less in visible magnitude than her neighboring disk is found to be where it now is seen. And Fuca, but something less, the two planets Venus and Jupiter, which are frequently, in their turns, are morning and evening stars, appear to be through a common telescope. Now, asterisk and Helios, or golden light, always attending the sun, and fed to spread it h round his bdy in the direction of h's equator, was very visible during the total darkness of the epoch of 17x5, and may be always seen about the autumnal equinox. Letter the third. 25. Now the 2 planets, together with the other 3, which we find moving in regular orbits round the sun, are all found fudged to the fame asterisk changes of Phcz, Gemini T. in their various aspects with the sun, and who j can doubt but that they are all of the fame or like nature. But you'll say, perhaps, how are we sure that Venus and Jupiter have no native light of their own, since many of the ancient philosophers, and in particular Anaximander, allowed even the moon to have foam, and beside f in philosophy, as well as in logic, I think you hold there is no proving any negative, ad lead et fuca a distance, to make you conceive the impossibility of fuca a light, and next to a demonstration, convince you of the unnaturalness of fuca a supposition. I must put you in mind, that foam time ago, when I was lad in the count, try with you, I think it was about the latter end of autumn, near the winter solstice, as we were walking one evening, I bid you take notice of the moon, which was then near fettying, and about 2 days old. You may remember, her whole job appeared to us very conspicuously within a manifold circle. You immediately told me, that kind of phenomenon the country people called a stork or the old moon in the new one's arms. This I then endeavored to explain to you, and I think he made you fenfible it was entirely enfifed of the earth's, and an appearance always to be expected at that time of the year. The earth being then in the state of a full moon to that part of the lunar orbit, and near her perihelion, at which time, the earth fends back a reflection to the F-moon 25 times more potent than that of the moon to us. Now the planet Venus, from undeniable principles of geometry, is allowed to be nearly another globe as the earth is 5 and hence the earth, as I have just now related, is found to reflect much more light to the moon, by reason of her superior magnitude, than the moon can possibly reverberate to earth again J and hence alpha 'tis plain, the earth has no light of its own. Why then fouled we imagine Venus to be endowed with a ludra, which we can prove to be no more than a familiar body, and go burned by the same laws as the earth is. Anaximander s mistake, in fupping the moon in foamful degree. A radiant body of itself, lay, in not confiding, that the faint illumination here described, and visible all over her globe, soon after almost every conjunction with the sun J and probably in eclipse, alpha proceeded from the earth, but the thing I think is too evident to expect any fort of Tritidian. Venus and Mercury in every heliocentric revolution, perform all the changes of our moon in a like gradation and deep and ion of light, both horned and gibbosed. Underscore F their diameters being nearly as 1 to 5. 26. Letter the THD. Tradition, therefore I hope you will admit it as a truth, and consequential Jr. Take it for granted, that the planetary bodies in general, are mere trial, if not terraqueous bodies, fuca as this we live upon J. Which is the thing I have chiefly in this letter attempted to demonstrate, or have rather explained J, and now one hope, for the future, you will receive the idea of a plurality of worlds more favorably, and look upon astronomical conjectures in a less ridiculous light than you fed to do, of Chaly fins you must allow, they give our unlimited imaginations alike all Endif's field of contemplation, not only full of the wonderful works of nature, but also of a vivible providence. I think I cannot conclude this letter to you more properly, than with the following fine lines of Mr. Adifone S. from the Spectator, Volume 6, Number 465. Which I hope you are not fo polite as to look upon as an unfallible quotation. The spacious firmament on high, with all the blue ethereal sky, and spangled heavens, a evening frame. Their great original proclaim. Th unwearied sun, from day to day, does his creator's power display. And publifies to every land the work of an almighty hand. Soon as the evening shades prevail, the moon takes up the wanderer's tale, and nightly to the lifting earth repeats the story of her birth. While tall the stars that round her burn, and all the planets in their turn confirm the tidings as they roll, and spread the truth from pole to pole. What though, in solemn silence, all move round the dark terrestrial ball? What though nor real voice nor sound amid their radiant orbs be found? In Refon's ear, they all rejoice, and utter forth a glorious voice, forever singing, as they fiend. The hand that made us is divine. And M. Seal. Letter. Asterisk 7. V. Letter the fourth. Of the nature of the heavenly bodies. Continued. With the opinions of the Antients concerning the sun and stars. Sir. Why you tell me you begin to be a tolerable good Copernican, and would now be glad to have my opinion further upon the nature of the sun and stars, with regard to the suggestion of their being way like bodies of fire. This you fay will go a great towards confirm ing you in the notion you have begun to embrace of a plurality of sy thems, and a much greater multiplicity of worlds than our little folar sy them can admit of. Besides, hewing in a very evident light, that the my authorities cited in Furfeet letter are founded upon the cleared, Refon. Anaxagoras, Euphe, believed the sun to be a lump of red-hot iron. Euripides thought it a clod of gold j and others, till more ridiculously have imagined it to be a dark body, void of all heat. That the sun is a vast body of blazing matter, notwithstanding the various opinions of the primitive sages, will, I think, hardly admit of a question, since the known warmth of his prolific beams, and the vifible appeal of the burn Inglofs, puts it quite out of the power of our prefant set of senfs, at lead to argue again feated, and how reasonably we may imagine the stars to be all of the fame or like nature, will sufficiently appear from the fall. Lowing confide rations, Furfeet, it is well known to all mathematicians, that any vifible QBJED of any determined magnitude may be reduced to the appearance of asterisk a fifical point, by removing the eye of the observer to a proper or proportionable distance from it, within the finite view, and that the apparent diameter of every luminous celestial body, will always be diminished reciprocally, in proportion to the distance from the eye, till they become altogether imperceptible. E2. Thus, asterisk what is here meant by a focal point, is a point visible to the naked eye, which human art cannot divide, and so far it partakes of the property of a mathematical one, which is only to be conceived, and not n. 28. Letter the fourth. Thus the dipole of the sun, which appears to us at earth under an angle of about half a degree, if seen from the planet Saturn would appear not much bigger than the planet Venus or Jupiter in their mod neighboring vicinity does to us, and consequently to an eye placed in the aphelion point of the orbit of the great comet of 1680, his apparent diameter would be fo reduced as to seem but little bigger than the largest of the stars, and by the same analogy, or way of reasoning, admitting space and distance infinite, which I humbly apprehend is not to be disputed carrot. Were all the matter in the universe united, and conglobed in one mass, with ref to ocular sensation, it might be diminished fo near to a carat thematical puntum, as to be almost adequate to our ideas of nothing. This to any tolerable optician, must be an evident conviction of the truth of the modern astronomy, which now universally allow all the radiant bodies the stars to be of the same nature with the sun, and that, as certainly they are no other than VAD globes of blazing matter, all undoubtedly shining by their own native light. But as you have often objected to what has been fate of the distance of the stars in general, and may possibly from a supposition, that they are, or may be, much nearer to us, infer, that their light, like that of the planets, may be alpha borrowed from the sun, or from some other radiant body, which, from the nature of the supposition, must of consequence be invisible to us, I judge it will not be amiss to throw a few demonstrative arguments in your way, in order to lead you a little out of the path of an early prejudice, and draw you as it were by degrees through the dawn of astronomical reasoning, out of your original error, and rescue your imagination from the false notions imbibed from phenomena only in your younger years. This I cannot fail of reconciling you to this more rational way of thinking, and make you acquainted with truths of much consequence, which perhaps you have yet been an entire Stranger to the grand deceptio vivus, which I Mudford endeavor to remove, and which as a fort of paradox in nature, has, as I may say, imperfone the understanding of many superficial refiners, and in general all incurious men, is this. Mod people are too apt to think originally, that as the heavens appear to be a vad concave hemiptera, that the stars mud of Corf, as of confequence, be fixed there, like fo many radiant studs of fire, of various magnitudes, and take it for granted, chiefly deficient for no other purpose than to deck and adorn the canopy of our night. This was long ago the opinion o Thales the Milgion, and wants not the authority of many. Letter the 4th. 2 carat. Many of the antients to back it. Others, in particular Dolomi of P.E. Luffman Africa, who from his experience in this science, is called by Foam the prince of astronomers, believed them to be loopholes in the veil, folded celestial firmament, emitting the light of the Criflalin he vent through it to all within it. The famous Diogenes contemporary with Plato conceived them to be of the nature of pumice hones, and inclined to an opinion, that they were the spiracula or breathing holes of heaven. Anaxagoras thought them stones snatched up from the earth by the rapidity of its motion, and fet on fire in the upper regions above the moon. But how ridiculous and absurd all the opinions and conjectures really are, will easily appear, if we but once consider the nature of an unbounded y-pounder, and the amazing property of infinite space. This, with what has been said before, will not a little affect your imagination towards conceiving the reasonable nefs of the notion modern astronomers are now confirmed in, of there being absolutely fo many burning balls, and which was no doubt, many years ago, the opinion of Manilas, as is evident from the lines in his poem of the sphere. For how can we the rifing stars conceive a capable production, or believe of the changed heavens the oft renascent state, soul's frequent births, and his quotidian fate. And again in the famed poem, Sherburne, the fiery stars, and aether that creates infinite orbs, and others deflipates. Zoroaster. Dolomi Fuppo fed 2 heavens above that of the fixed stars, which he called the 8th Javis, a 9th, the Cryptolan, and a 10th the Primum Mobile. See letter the fecund. The facrid sun, above the waters rised. Through heavens eternal, brazen portals blazed. And wide o'er earth diffused his cheering ray. To gods and men to give the golden day. Hami Plus Xenophanes believed the stars to be no other than clods fet on fire, quenched in the daytime, and rekindled in the night. 3. Letter the 4th. Zoroaster, the furflow, of all philosophers we read of who studied the stars, is reported to have believed them of a fiery nature. Empedocles judged them to be fire ethereal, struck forth in its secretion, and blazing in the upper regions. Plato thought them fire, with the mixture of other elements as cements. Heraclides worlds by themselves, of earth, air, and fire, and Arigelidlet fimple bodies of the substance of heaven, but more condensed. But that I may not take up too much of your time with opinions that has been imbibed in the infancy of astronomy, and has long ago been exploded, I'll attempt but one thing more to confirm your sentiments in this new doctrine. First, that the stars are all at a distance, not to be determined by the utmost flow perfection of human art, is manifest from their having very little, or no sensible parallax, and consequently, that any one atom is absolutely bigger or less than another, from the simple laws of optics, cannot possibly come under our observation to be ascertained, but that they all of them may be nearly of the same size or solidity, is as impossible, with any shew of refund to deny, since it is a known principle in geometry, that all visible objects naturally diminuth, as has been said before, or are magnified. in a certain proportion to their distance from the eye, and hence we may conclude, and not without refon in its flow of light to fuppert us, that the left stars, to the very leaf denomination, are only removed reactively more distant from the observer's station, and that at least this we may be certain of, that they are altogether undoubtedly an infinity of like bodies, distributed either primiflually, or in foam regular order throughout the mundane space, and, as Marino phase, resplendent sparks of the fur feet, fire, in which the beauty we admire, and light of the eternal rays, the uncreated mind displays. It remains now I think to, hew, and endeavor to prove, that the stars are not only light bodies of the nature of the sun, but that they are really many suns, all performing like offices of heat and gravity, in a regular order, throughout the visible creation, in opposition to an opinion you. Mr. Bradley, after Omer, has, in two great mifur, proved that the aberration of the stars hitherto mistaken for a parallax, may err from, and indeed seems to be no other than the progressive motion of light, and change of place to the eye, arisen from the earth's annual motion and dire and ion. Letter the 4th. 31. You have formerly hinted at, of their being in another sense of a secondary nature. All objects within the sensible sphere of the sun's attraction, or activity, are in fomifur magnified by a good telescope, but the stars are all placed so far without it, that the best glades has no other effect upon them than making them appear more vivid or lively, but all innate opaque bodies, reflecting only a borrowed light from foam primary. 1. Contrary to this property, are all observed to look their light, in the same proportion, as they are magnified, and through all glades become more dull than otherwise they appear to the naked eye, and hence we may infer, without any further evidence, that the stars are all light bodies endowed with native flora, and that bodies, like the known PLA nets, from the fame refining, it is as clear they cannot be, because their distance, though uncertain as to the truth of the whole, yet fuka a part of it as cannot be denied, would render them all in fuka a cafe if I visible. A proof of this will plainly present itself, if we consider the course of the known comets, who all of them, without exception, become perceptible, and entirely appear j. Though mod, of them much bigger than the Earth, or any of the leveler planets, long before they arrive at their respective aphelions. But we are under a kind of necessity to believe them either suns or planets. That is either dark or light bodies j and fins. I have hewn the improbability, nay, I may venture to say, the impossibility of their being the fur feet. It is natural fewer to conclude, that they must be of the loft sort, and I am persuaded, if you but once consider how ridiculous it is to imagine a number of bodies, all rolling round a number of flowable suns, which must otherwise be the cafe, since they are seen on all sides of ours, and cannot possibly be enlightened by him, or any, how all of them, by any one else, you cannot possibly have any sort of difficulty in this determination, but that no arguments may be wanting to enforce your belief of what is here concluded. It will not be amiss to put you in mind of an optical experiment or two, which cannot fail of convincing you of the vast probability of what is here affirmed of them, and next to a moral certainty, demonstrate the truth of what Fomini of the best aftro nomers have advanced, as before, namely, that the stars are all, or mold of them, suns like ours. Place any concave length before your eye, and you will find all visible objects will appear through it, as removed to a much greater distance than they really are at, and reciprocally as much diminished. New, if you. 32. Letter the 4th. You look upon one of the glaphs of a proper concavity, epithet to the sun or moon, you will repetitively have the appearance of a real star or planet, the fur feet exhibited by the body of the sun, the other by the moon, and either more or less diminished in proportion to the surface of the sphere the glophs is ground to. For example, a double concave, or glophs of a negative focus, ground to a sphere of about 3 inches diameter, will if epithet to the sun's disk. At a proper distance from the eye, help you to a very good idea how the sun appears to the planet Jupiter, and if a proper regard be had to the distance of the planet Saturn, a length still more concave may be formed, to give a just idea of the sun's appearance to Saturn. Again, one much more concave than the former, proportioned to the orbit of Mars, will naturally exhibit the polar body, as seen from that planet. To the planet Venus and Mercury the sun appearing much larger than to us at the Earth, to have any tolerable notion of his varied phenomena. To them, it will be necessary to procure glaphs of a footable convexity, ground to reciprocal concaves, which may easily be done to any focus. Fos 2, hue how the sun, naturally appears to the inhabitants of toy 2 planets. The various appearances of the planets themselves to us at the Earth may alpha well enough be had, if through glaphs analogous to their fpe pountive distance and magnitude, we look at the moon, particularly all the faces of Venus, and even of Mercury, and the gibophyty of Mars, and C may be justly and beautifully represented at different ages of the moon, as the planets appear through the Largift and Beft telescopes. This way you may convince even your friend ****, who you tell me has refined all his sense and yet continues fo great an atheist in astronomy, as not to believe the world turns round upon its axis, though he gives no better refund for it than that of his not being giddy. After all the arguments, I hope no new difficulties will arrive to retard your belief, or deprive the stars of their polar nature, fo justly do. To them, this point gained, the next thing to be confided is, whether whom all the glorious bodies, the far greater part of being invisible to the naked eye, were made purely and purposely for the foyer of this diminutive world, our little trifling earth. Men, conceited lords of all, walk proudly o'er this pendant ball, fond of their little spot below, nor greater beings care to know, but think the worlds which deck the skies were only formed to please their eyes. Duck. The letter the fourth. 33. The very supposition not only implies a profound ignorance of the divine attributes, but is as impious, and full of vanity, as it is erroneous and absurd, and even a blind nefs faficient of itself, were there no other cause for it, to introduce idolatry in the minds of mortals, by thinking the divine nature fo near to the human. It being granted that the stars are all of the same kind, I think it may be agreed, that what we evince of any one may be allowed to be true of any other, and consequently of all the rest. This postulate gained, I shall next proceed to inquire what the relief and defin of fo many radiant bodies are, or may be made for. The sun we have justly reduced to the state of a star, why then in Ra fo enfield he have his attendant planets round him, more than any of the rest, his undoubted equals? No shadow even of a refund can be given for fuka and absurdity. May we not with the greatest confidence imagine, that nature as justly abhors a vacuum in place, as much as virtue does in time? Surely yes, and by following the infinity of stars, all centers to as many systems of innumerable worlds, all alike unknown to us, how naturally do we open to ourselves of a field of probation, and an endless scene of hope, to ground our expectation of an ever future happiness upon, footable to the native dignity of the awful mind, which made and comprehends It and hope works are all as the befinifs of an eternity. If the stars were ordained merely for the of us, why fo much x travagance and ostentation in their number, nature, and make? For a much less quantity, and smaller bodies, placed nearer to us, would every way and for the vain end we put them to, and besides, in all things. Elf, nature is most frugal, and takes the nearest way, through all her works, to operate and effect the will of God. It scarce can be reckoned more irrational, to suppose animals with eyes, destined to live in eternal darkness, or without eyes to live in perpetual day, than to imagine space illuminated, where there is nothing to be addled upon, or brought to light. Therefore we may justly suppose, that fo many radiant bodies were not created barely to enlighten an infinite void, but to make their much more numerous attendants visible, and instead of diffeovering a vast unbounded defolate negation of beings, display an infinite shape. Lels universe, crowded with myriads of glorious worlds, all veritably revolving round them and which form an atom, to an indefinite creation. With an inconceivable variety of beings and states, animate and fill the endless orb of immensity. F. That. 34. Letter the fourth. That the sidereal planets are not visible to us, can be no objection to their actual existence, and being there, is plain. From this, it is well known, that the stars themselves, which are their central, and only are a giant bodies, are little more to us at the earth, than mathematical points. How ridiculous then is it to expect, that any of their opaque attendants, how'd ever be perceived fo far as the earth by us, and besides, to how the impossibility of a discovery, we need only consider what is, and what is not to be expected, or known in our own home system. All the planets in this our fenlable region, every astronomer knows, is far from being viable to one another, in every individual sphere. 4. To an eye at the orb of Saturn this earth we live upon, which requires years to circumscribe, and ages to be made acquainted with, and is far from being yet all known, cannot possibly from the above planet be seen. And further, since Saturn and Jupiter, two of the most material and considerable globes we know of, except the Sun himself, are bodies apparently of the same kind, and are observed to have each a number of lesser planets moving round them, why may we not expect with equal certainty and propriety, that all other bodies, under the same circumstances, are in like manner attended, that is, being the Sun is found to be the center of a system of bodies, all veritably revolving round him? Where lies the improbability of his fellow luminaries, the stars, being surrounded in like fort, with more or less of attendants? I shall offer but one thing more to your consideration in this affair, and which I am in great hopes will be sufficient to make you think of natural suggestions a good deal more than probable, and that is this. The modern astronomers having, in a great measure, proved that the stars are, in all respects, vast globes of fire like our sun. Let us suppose a new created mind, or thinking being, in a profound state of ignorance with regard to the nature of all external objects, but fully endowed with every human sense and force of refon, suspended in Iesher, exactly in the midway, betwixt Sirius and the Sun, in which cafe, both of the luminaries would equally appear much about the brightness of the largest now of our planets. Eald Fuka being, determined either by ac accident or choice, arrive at this our system of the Sun, and being all the planetary bodies moving round him, I would ask you what you think. He would imagine to be round Sirius. Your Antwer, I think I may ven. Tour to Fe, would not be nothing, and methinks I already bear you Fe. Why planets Fook as ours? A asterisk. Star. Of. The Furfeed. Magnitude. In. The. Greater. Dog. And. The. Moved. Neighboring. To our Sun. Plate. Letter the fourth. 35. Plate XL. Is defined as a geometrical scale to all the primary parts of the visible creation, with regard to the distance of orbits compared with the globe of the Sun, by which at once may be conceived, and judly me forward in the mind, not only the mean distance of the planets with regard to one another, but also that of the comets, and even the comparative distances of the nearest of the stars, which will, I guess, greatly help you to form an idea of the VAD extent of space necessary to comprehend the whole creation. Fig. I is a radius of the orbit of Mercury, in true proportion to the body of the Sun represented at s, viewing at the same time of mole portion of the opaque planet's orbit, and the real length of its shadow at p. Fig. 2. Is a radius of the whole system of the planets as far as the orbit of Saturn in proportion to a complete orbit of Mercury, much less than the former J. The former serving as a better known scale to consider the amazing distances of the more remote planets by Ladley, Fig. 3. Is a representation of the lead possible distance of Sirius and the Sun, proportionable to the magnitude of the sphere of our comets, and C represented at S, whereby it evidently appears, that as all the mud planets of Sirius be included within the full sphere represented in the center P, none of them could possibly be seen at the Sun, not only by reason of the small neffs of the angle of Sudenfian, or elongation, but al. Fo as being lot in the superior light of Sirius himself, in Fo minuton. Orb of vicinity. Consequently, as you must perceive, no arguments can possibly be drawn to deny the existence of Fuca bodies, with any shew of reason, from their not having been seen by us. Here I must observe to you, that you cannot consider the scale of orbits too much before you look upon plate 17. To conclude, it evidently seems to be the end endofin of Provi Mendens, by this visible variety of beings, to lift the minds of above this narrow earth, in search of that powerful being upon which we are all Fo much dependent, and the Creator, no doubt, in this VAD display of his wisdom and power, defining the amazing whole, as the adequate object of every part, and as Fuca equally open on all sides, to the peen trading progress of human minds, and through the mod extent 5. Faculty of sense, the SGHT, to draw our refon and understanding by degrees from finite objects into infinity, and as the ladrefold of CE. Ledial contemplations place within our reach, a certain evidence of a future state, and the troniful manfansof rewards and punishments, footed. No doubt. Moji. Equitably. To all degrees of virtue, and to every vice. F2. When 3 to 6. Letter the fourth. Mr. When I can lighter, phase. Adiphone, speaking as having taken particular notice of a fine evening, that infinite host of stars, or to speak more philosophically of suns, which were then shining upon me, with the innumerable sets of planets or worlds, which were then moving round their reft-live suns, when I still enlarged the idea, and fupo fed anno their heaven of suns and worlds rising still above this which we div. Cover J. And the still enlightened by a superior firmament of lu. Minorize, which are planted at FO great edifiance, that they may appear to the inhabitants of the former as the stars do to us. In short, whilst I pursued this thought, I could not but reflect on that little insignificant figure which I myself bore among feet the immensity of TF God's works. This reflection, I judge, as you are an admirer of the author, you will not look upon as impertinent in this place, especially as it must enforce what I have endeavored to few you, namely, the REA. Phonable nefs of a plurality of real systems, and their multiplicity of worlds J. Which, if you are yet in doubt of, I hope you will at LCAP 4. Give FO well defined an attempt with your youthful candor. I am now prepared to proceed in the chief defense of this undertaking, which is to solve the phenomena of the violatria J and propos in my next to and for more fully your farther request. I am NC. Letter the 5th. Of the order, difflance, and multiplicity of the stars, the violatria, and extent of the visible creation. Sir. We are told, and, if I remember right, it is also your opinion, that 3 of the finest sights in nature, are a riling sun at sea, a verdant landscape with a rainbow, and a clear starlight evening, all of which I have myself often observed with vast delight and pleasure. The fur feet I have frequently beheld, and always with an agreeable surprise the fecund I have as often taken notice of, with no small degree of admiration J, but the loft I fall never look up to with out an aftonalment, even mixed with a kind of rapture. The night you loft left us, this admirable scene was in its full beauty, and, as Milton face silence was pleased, now glowed the firmament with living sapphires Hesperus that led the starry hoft road bright heft. I found it was impossible to look long upon this stupendous scene, FO. Full of amazing objects, and particularly the violatria, which, the moon being absent, was then in great perfection, without being put in mind of my talk. This surprising zone of light being the chief object, I have undertaken to treat of and demonstrate this amazing phenomenon, which have been the occasion of FO many fables, idle romances, and ridiculous opinions among the anti-ants. Still continues to be unaccounted for, and even in an age vain enough to boast astronomy in its utmost perfection. My, what will you say, if I tell you, it is belief we are FO far from the real summit of the science, that we scarce yet know the rudiments of what may be expected from it. This luminous circle has often engrofled thoughts, and of late has taken my up all idle hours, and I am now in great 38. Letter the 5th. Great hopes I have not only at last found out the real cause of it, but also, by the fame hypothesis, which follows this appearance, I'll be able to demonstrate a much more rational theory of the creation than hitherto has been anywhere advanced, and at the same time give you an entire new idea of the universe, or infinite system of things. This surprising zone of light, which have employed successively for many ages past, the wife of heads among the anti-ants, to no other purpose than barely to describe it, we find to be a perfect circle, and nearly befitting the CE Jeftial sphere, but very irregular in breadth and brightness, and in many places divided into double streams. Asterisk, the principal part of it runs through the eagle, the swan, Caphiope, Perseus and Auriga, and continues its course by the head of Monoceros, along by the greater dog through the ship, and underneath the centaurs. Bow feet till having feed the altar, the scorpion s fail, and the of Aquarius, it ends at loft where it begun. Plate 12 and 13. Represents the 2 hemispheres, where its true trad is distinguished. Among the principal stars, and may easily be conceived by them to CIR. Compcribe and bifit the whole heavens. This is that phenomena 1 am about to explain and account for, but before I proceed farther, I judge it will be no improper precognita, to give you the thoughts of the antients upon it. The relation perhaps may require foam patience, but I guess that after reading Foucault wild and extra vagant notions concerning it, you will naturally judge more favorably of the conjectures of the moderns upon it, and particularly of what is clubbed in tree succeeding pages. Pia fragilis. Asterisk. Carried toward the epiphed bears its corpse syope by the Arctic Circle fleers, and by inverted Caphiope tends, thence by the swan obliquely it descends. The summer tropic, and Jove's bird divides. Then crofts the equator, and the zodiac glides. Twixt Scorpios, burning tail, arm the left part of Sagittarius, near the fiery dart, then by the other centaur's legs and feet. Winding remounts the skies, again to meet by Argo's top veil, and heaven's middle sphere. Palling the twins, take the charioteer. Then Chagop feeking thee does run. Ori per first head, and ends where it begun. Share, Monilius. Letter the 5th. 39. Theophraflos asterisk was of opinion, that the hemiphores, which, by many of the antients were imagined to be folded, was joined together here, and that this was the foldering of the two parts into one. F asterisk Diodorus thought it celestial fire, of a dense and compact nature, fiend through the cliffs or cracks of the parting hemiphora, but as Monilius face a flonifament mud fewer their sense reach, to feed the world's wide wound, and heaven's eternal breach. Waeinopates believed it the ancient of the sun, till fright at the bloody banquet of Thygeus. Eratos thence Fupo fed it Juno's milk, filed Wildfic giving suck to Hercules. Plutarch makes it the aft of Phaeton's confufed eradication. But I think it is plain Ovid ff. Judged them to be stars, and the ancient ethnics believed them to be the blissful seats of valiant and heroic souls. Valiant souls, freed from corporeal gives, thither repair, and lead ethereal lives. Monilius. Asterisk Macrobius, Libi Cap. 15. Or meets heaven here. And this while cloud appears the cement of the cloth-wedged hemiphores. F. The facrid coughs human breads inquire, whether the heavenly segments there retire. F. The whole maps frinking, and the parting fame through cleaving chinks admits the dranger flame. Orpheums that old opinion of more sway. 2. That the sun's Horfeshera once run Adri, and a new path marked in their draggling flight. Of scorching skies, and stars aduded light. Nor mud that gentle rumor be fupred. How milk once flowing from fair Juno's bread stained the sealed isle pavement, from whence came this milky path, its Cophleon in its name. When from the hurried chariot lightning fled, and scattered blazes all the skies o'er breed. BB Hope approach new stars enkindled were, which still as marks of that fad chance appear. Wayfoot A. There is in heaven's expanded plain, which when the skies are clear, is fiend below. And mortals, by the name of Milky. No. The groundwork is of stars. Monilius. Ovid's Med, Libi. But 40. Letter the 5th. But asterisk Democritus long ago believed them to be an infinite number of small stars, and Foucault of late years they have been covered to be, by Furflo, Nlalio, next by Kepler, and now confirmed by all modern astronomers, who have ever had an opportunity of seeing them through a good te. Lefkope. Plate 14. Is from an observation I made myself, of a bright part of this zone near the feet of Antinous which, J. by a mistake of the engraver, is, as it ap. Peers through a tube of two convex glasses. I fought it through a very good reflector, and formed the plan by a combination of triangles. Milton takes notice of this zone in a most beautiful manner, where he describes the Creator's return from his fixed day's work to heaven. He introduces it as a simile to express his idea of the eternal way, or road to the celestial mansions. A broad and ample road, hope doth flow is gold. And pavement stars, as stars to thee appear, seen in the galaxy that Milky Way, which nightly as a circling zone thou feeft, powdered with stars. But to infer from their appearance only, that they are really stars, without confiding their nature and diptance, and that nothing but stars could possibly produce Fuka enough CT, may perhaps be a flying too much, when we have nothing but the bare credit of the Belgic glyphs to support our conjectures, and although this may be sufficient for any mathematician, yet for your greater satisfaction, I have thought proper to give 2 or 3 more evincing arguments, to confirm the important discoveries. Democritus, as I have said before, believed them to be stars, long before astronomy reaped any benefit from the improved sciences of optics, and fought, as we may say, through the eye of reason, full as far into mod infinity as the able astronomers in more advantageous times have done. Fins, even ified with their belt glass, and his conjectures are all renowned, as old as the philolaic cyclum of the planets. Itself, J. The construction of which, though attempted by many, none have ever yet been able to confute. The light which naturally flows from this crowd of radiant bodies is mixed and confided, chiefly alkalined by the agitation of our atmosphere, and from a union of their rays of light, by a too near proxy. Mighty of their beams, altogether they appear like a river of milk, but more of a pellucid nature, running all round the flary regions. 4. Plutarch, in Placidus Philophof. Letter the 5th. 4I. Way for in the azure skies its candid shines like the dawning morn, or doling day. There are also many more focal luminous spaces to be found in the heavens of the famed nature with the which we know to be stars. In particular the nebula, or cloudy star in the Praph of 36J, a cloudy star in Orion of 21J. Asterisk a cloudy not far from this in the fame of Larif Meph of 80. In 1 degree of the fame constellation 500, and in the whole form above J, 2000, all of which are great confirmations of the truth of our affliction, i.e. that this zone of light proceeds from an infinite number of small stars. Here it will not be amiss to observe, that it has been conjectured, and is strongly fuffed, that a proper number of rays, meeting from different directions, become flame, and that hence it may prove not the sun's real body which we daily see, but only his inflamed atmosphere. I begin to be of opinion, and I think not without reason, that the true magnitude of the sun is not near what the modern astronomers have made it J, and that it may not possibly be much above 2/3 of what it appears to us. I don't mean that this expansion of the solar flame is any part of that dilated light mentioned by Sir Isaac Newton and conceived to be round all light bodies in general J. But you may consider it as not much differing from it, not of an unlike nature, only greater in degree, and peculiar to the sun and stars, who are all, as has been before in a manner demonstrated to be actually globes of fire. This, though I presume to call it at present only mere hypothesis, will in a great measure account for the XF5 changes in the constitution of our air and atmosphere here, which we often find very unnatural to the sea fauna. Alphobia means perhaps of reconciling the baffle, diff proportion fo very remarkable betwixt the sun and the familiar planets, and many other circumstances in the syphilum of notable consequence in astronomy, one of which particulars you have frequently expressed a great miffle rufflo and disapprobation of, as fuff and foam kind of a fallacy in the computation. And the other is matter of general complaint, being by many viewed to a change in the direction of the Earth's axis and by foam, too, of especially the vulgar, to too near an approximation of the Earth to foam, one of the celestial bodies. But all this will very naturally be accounted for by the levity, or expanding quality of the sun's circumambient. Asterisk vide Galileo. F betwixt the sword and girdle of Orion. J vide Wright, which, through ignorance of the true cafe, is commonly called a shock, a bruff, or vbov. G. Flame. 42. Letter the fifth. Flame, or atmosphere, and hence, according to its various state, being more condensed, or rare, we may have heat or cold in the Greek x. Treme, and alternately fo, in a perpetual vicissitude. The truth of this dod terrene will evidently appear from the observations of the sun's diameter through the year 1660, by the indefatigable Mao Tun, and, I mud, own, I am not a little surprised to find that no conclusions have been drawn from them of this kind. I am persuaded, if you once compare whole numbers, you will be very far from thinking this an improbable suggestion. Me, but this digression has led a little too far from the via law 5 IEAI, and too near home again. I must now think of turning to the stars, and my next endeavors will be to give you foam idea of the number of them. Through very good telescopes there have been covered in many parts of this enlightened space, and even out of it, febrile Thufan stars in the compass of 1 square degree J, in particular near the sword of Perfcus and in the conflagrations of asterisk Taurus and Orion. Plate 15. Represents the Pleiades, a well-known knot of stars in the sign Tau Rus, as they appeared to me through a 1-foot reflecting telescope, and Plate 16 is a view of the Perfeids, another ire-prizing knot of stars in the constellation Perseus, exactly as they appear through a tube of 2 convex glades. There are other luminous spaces in the starry regions, not unlike the Milky Way, which I have had no opportunity of observing Fuca as the Nebesitsa near the South Pole, called by the seaman Magellanic clouds, and which likewise viewed through telescopes, present us with little nebulsa and small stars interpret. One of the kind is situated between Hydros and Dorado J, and another, Lo thing LCLS than this, betwixt Hydrus and the Toucan. Now admitting the breadth of the Violably to be at a mean but 9 degrees, and Fupopng only 1200 stars in every square degree, there will be nearly in the whole orbicular area 3,888,000 stars. And all in a very minute portion of the great expanse of heaven. What a VAD idea of endless beings mud, this produce and generate in our minds, and when we consider them all as flaming suns, progenitors, and primum mobiles of a deal much greater number of peopled worlds, what lengthen an infinity can circumscribe them, less than an eternity comprehend. Fium. Asterisk Galileo, in one cloudy star of this constellation, covered no lel J, and in that of the PR and Phoebe 30 fix. Nan 21. Or. Letter the fifth. 43. Or less than omnipotence produce and fuppert them, and where can our wonder cease? In this place perhaps I ought not to pass over the aftonifing pheno menon of febrile new stars, and see which have frequently appeared, and foon again venilt, in the fame point of the heavens. But as the bulletin finifs of this theory is rather to follow the general, than any pericula phenomenon, I thought only here by way of note join a table of Foucault, whom as has been regularly observed, and by they were feet dive covered. A table of febrile new stars, nebulae, and double stars, high C. Nomina stellarum. Observationum. Septima Pleiadum. S. loft after the burning of Troy, but now returned, Phi. C. Rich Olns. A new star appeared in Chagop, nearly 9. In the same place with that of 572. D degree trademark 945-BRGHT as Jupiter, Phi Ricaolus. The new star in Chagop's chair. Bright as Venus, from November 1572 to March 1574. F of the 3D magnitude, is fated to have appeared periodically. A new star in Cello Ceti. J. Phoeban times in fixed years, i.e. every 313 days, it was viral observed in August 1596, for v 2 months, by D. Fabricius. A new star in the Swan's Neck. Carat observed by Kepler in 1600, of the third magnitude, till the year 1659, then gradually decreasing, in 1661 it dive appeared. In 1666 it became visible again, and is yet to be seen of the fixed magnitude. A new star in the right foot of Serpent C. Bright as Venus from October 1604 to October 160, Phi. Tar Ius. A new star in Andromeda's girdle, a new star in Antinous. C. Kepler. Seen by Simon Marius and Fabricius, anno 1612. Seen by Jophus Bergius. A new star seen in the Whale. In 1638, by John Procyclides Holuarda, of the third magnitude, which dive appeared periodically, every 330 days. A new star in the Fox's Head. Of the third magnitude, seen by Hevelius in July 1670. V until August 1671, Alpha from March 1672 to Septem. See her 1672. This appeared periodically every 404. A new star in the Swan's Neck. Days, and about 6 months at a time, it was seen at its bright heft, September 10, 1714. Of the nebulae, or cloudy stars. Nebulov in Orion's sword. Nspilov in Andromeda's girdle. Nilulov in the bow of Sagittarius. Small, but very luminous. Nebu/Oj in Centaurus. Never seen in England. A nebula preceding the right foot of Epicure, but with a star in the middle of it. Antinous, nebula. In Dorfo Hercules. Dive covered by Dr. Halley. Besides the nebula, and new stars, it appears from the ancient catalogues of Hevelius, and see that foam of the old ones have entirely been ilt, in particular, one in the left thigh of Aquarius, the contiguous one preceding in the tail of Capricorn, the fecund on the belly of the whale, the furled of the unformed ones after the scales of Libra, and febrile others. Many of the stars Alpha appear to be double, as the Furfeet star of Aries and Caphair, others triple, as one in the Pleiades, and the middle one in Orion's saber, and others again, quadruple, and c. G2. I would. 44. Letter the 5th. I would now willingly help you to conceive the indefinite mutual dance of the stars, in order to give you full notion of the I'm. Menfity of space J. But as this will be a talk merely conjectural, I fall only defy you to believe it as far as your refon will carry you, faithfully supported by an obvious probability. Perhaps it may be necessary here to acquaint you, that all the stars are far apparently of different magnitudes, that no two of them are to be found in the whole heavens exactly the same, either in big Nephs or bright Nephs star. The largest we have sufficient refon to believe is the nearest to us, the next in big Nephs and bright Nephs more remote and fo on to the lead, phi, which we judge to be the most remote of all. The feet degree, or that of the largest magnitude, we give to Sirius. The second to Arcturus, the third to Aldebaran, the fourth to Lyra. The fifth to Capella, the sixth to Regulus, the seventh to Rigel, the eighth to Fomahunt, and the ninth to Antares, the are all fade to be of the feet cloths, and besides which, there are at least, within the reach of our latest improved optics, 9 more denominations within the radius of the visible creation. Now, by the certain return of the comets, which we find are all governed by the laws of this system, and fed to be undisturbed by any of the others, we cannot avoid concluding, if we consider them at all to the purpose, that the nearest stars cannot be less distant than twice the radius of the greatest orbit belonging to the Sun. Most mathematicians think this a great deal too near, as it must of course make all the systems join, as in contat, and I think we may faithfully add, to separate their spheres of attraction, at least one half of the distance more, which will make in the whole about 420 semi-orbits of the Earth, or 33,600,000,000 miles. This even the ingenious Mr. Haynes endeavors to prove still much too little, and his arguments are fugly as cannot easily be refuted. His principle is grounded upon the known laws of analogy, as confided in the proportion of light surfaces, and is as follows. Having reduced the sun's disk to the appearance of the star Sirius, by the help of a small hole at the end of his telescope, and comparing this part of his surface to the whole disk of the sun, he infers that the star's distance to that of the sun must be as 275664101. Hence, Sirius from us will be nearly, avoiding units, 2,213,120,000,000 miles. But this I take to be as much too large and the former is too little, yet, as very little knowledge in optics will render this indisputable, and has been in a great measure demonstrated before. 1 in the great dog, 2 in Boötes, 3 in the bull, 4 in the harp of J. Elplo, 5 in Rafriga, 6 in the lion, 7 in Orion, 8 in the southern Phil, 9 at the pound r/d of Eridanus. Mr. Letter the 5th. 45. Mr. Bradley has, with tome shoe of Refon, banned all the stars out of the sphere of parallax. The loft is the only method we can possibly make use of with any kind of confidence, and Sir J. Fawcett Newton endeavors to recommend it with great force of argument, as the only probable means by which we can give any tolerable gules at the immense measurements of space. To moderate the matter then, if you please, allow me but to make use of a mean betwixt the two forementioned numbers, and we may take it for granted, a distance sufficiently exact, to put all our wants in the prefant cafe, namely, to give a very tolerable idea of the extent of the visible creation, which is all I propose in this place to attempt, but I mean to be much more exact in another. Now as the distance from the sun to the earth is f-ophmal in proportion to the distance of the stars from us, and from one another, we may vary well consider the Sun as the center of our station, or position in the general system or frame of nature. And as the stars are very visible through good telescopes, to the 9th or 10th magnitude, if we multiply the primary distance of Sirius or of any other of his clocks, by this number of common intermediate spaces, the product will be equal to the radius of the visible creation to the polar eye, which, by this rule, you will find in capital numbers to be asterisk nearly 6 trillion miles, taking in a star of the fixed magnitude, and to a star of the 9th, 9 trillion miles, but this computation follows a mean common distance of the stars in a fort of syzygia, or direction of a right line, which is not the real cafe, for the stars cannot be fed to diminish in a proportional magnitude by any mathematical ratio but by foam geometrical, or RA. The musical one, for instance, if the distance of a fur feet be 3, that of a fecundal be about 5, and of a proportional 333, and c. Ad infinitum, but as their true proportional distance is unknown, the above will be sufficient for our present purpose, which is only to view, without exaggeration, the space we now are truly sensible of. This I have here confided more extensively, to obviate all objections that you may make to the probability of the general motion of the stars. By viewing, no difficulty can possibly arise from their apparent proximity, number, or irregular distribution, their distances being immensely large. No disorder or confusion can be supposed in any direction of them, or motion whatever. The relative distance of the planets, which all move undisturbed round the Sun, is about 353 million of miles, but the lead distance of one star from another is asterisk if the distance of the Sun and Earth is found too much, which I must own I have a violent suspicion of, the numbers must be reduced in like proportion upwards. 46. Letterfifth. Upwards of 2,832 times that distance, or 1 million of millions of miles, and as no sensible disorder can be observed among the polar planets, what reason have we to suppose any can be a cafeoned among the stars, or that a general motion of the primary luminaries round a common center, foul be any way irrational, or unnatural? What an amazing scene does this display to us? What inconceivable vastness and magnificence of power does Fuka frame unfold? Suns crowding upon suns, to our weak sense, indefinitely distant from each other and myriads of manfions, like our own, peopling in finity. All fubjcl. To the fame creator's will. A universe of worlds. All decked with mountains, lakes, and seas, herbs, animals, and rivers, rocks, caves, and trees, and all the produce of indulgent wifedom, to cheer infinity with endless beings, to whom his omnipotence may give a variegated eternal life. The aftonifying distance of the starry manfions undoubtedly was defined to Antwer foam wife, and one consequence is this, and probably is not without its youth, to every planet of the fame system, the fame real face of heaven appears without the least degree of change. And as the remotest regions upon earth fee the fame moon and planets, fo alpha the inhabitants of the most distant planets in ours, or in any other system, fee the fame forms and order of the stars in common with the rest. The whole sphere of heaven being common and unchangeable through all their various revolutions. Thus the people, in the planet Venus, will feed the constellation of Orion just as we do, and the people in the planet Saturn much farther still removed, alike will view this constellation in all refts. The fame. Here then, in the system of the sun, the eye removed from us muffed only. Hope to find a new earth surrounded with the fame fort of sky, but beings. In another system, behold not only a new heaven above, but alpha new earths below, and all the frame of nature to them puts on a new drifts. New signs, new sea fawns, and new planets roll, and a new sun renews the day. The heathen fables here are all eraft with all the immortality of their vain, earthly gods and heroes, perverse, and Alcides, are no more, and both. The bears are vanif the Liads and the Hyads join, and flying Leo. Though bo fling 2 stars of the HRFT magnitude with us, there nowhere can be found, loft in the common underlinguift herd. But still after a nomi will exist, and new framed forms may fill the varied scene. Perhaps you may expect that I'll here give you my conjectures of what fort of beings may be Fapofetu refied in the ens primum, or seds be at or earn. Letter the 5th. 47. Catorum of the known universe, whether mortal, immortal, or creatures, partaking in foam degree of the properties of both as fuca may be conceived, to change their natures and states, without a total defoliation of their sense by death, and farther, it may possibly be judged unpardonable in me not to point out every befled abode, footed to the virtues, and all the various states an immortal soul may be transflat to, but this is a task above J. The human capacity, or is the pure province of religion alone J. The befinifs of a revelation rather than refund to dive cover. Besides, it is enough for the prefant purpose to prove that myriads of celestial man fions are to be dive covered within our finite view, and by a kind of ocular revelation, which visibly extends the human prophet, as it were, far beyond the grave. It matters not whether a race of heroes fill the worlds, or a tribe of happy lovers people the whether a peasant in J. The realms of Orion fall ever become a prince in the regions of Ardon. RM or a patriarch in Procyon, a prophet in the precepts. Why? Not to mention all the stages human nature may, or have been deft into in any one world, as believed by the ancient philosophers, besides the final coalition of all beings much more naturally to be expected in the seds beat orum. Ife, whatever our cafe may be with regard to the queries and futurity, the plan and principles of this theory will not be at all changed by it, since what it is chiefly founded upon may be clearly demonstrated, fo clearly and incontestably, that, with the Reverend Dr. Youngs we may justly conclude devotion, daughter of astronomy, and affirm with him Alpha, that an indevout astronomer is mad. But I find what I at first proposed will prove too long for this letter. However, I will endeavor to reward your patience in my next, and continue, and see. Letter the 6th. Of general motion among the stars, the plurality of sephems, and innumerability of worlds. SIR. In's my loft, you'll find by this, speaking in the style of Kerr. Share that I have been very far from home, round almost the visible creation. I have indeed applied myself very closely to transcribe my thoughts to you upon the old subject, the Milky Way, which my former letter left imperfected. To return then to the theory of the stars, and that yet unreconciled phenomenon J, let us refon a little upon the visible order of the stars in general, and see what conclusions can be drawn from what every astronomer knows of them, and cannot be disputed. Furfeet then, that the stars are not infinitely different and distributed in a promiscuous manner throughout all the mundane space, without order or defin, is evident beyond a doubt from this vast collective body of light, since no Fuka phenomenon could possibly be produced by chance, or exhibited without a definite definition of its constituent bodies. If any regular order of the stars then can be demonstrated, that will naturally prove this phenomenon to be no other than a certain of it. Arriving from the observer's situation, I think you must of course grant Fuka a solution at leaf rational, if not the truth J, and this is what I propose by my new theory. To a spectator placed in an indefinite space, all very remote objects appear to be equally distant from the IJ, and if we judge of the viola elia from phenomena only, we must of course conclude it a vast ring of stars, scattered promiscuously round the celestial regions in the direction of a perfect circle. But when we consider the explanic position of many other stars, all of the same nature, and not less numerous, together forming the great sphere of heaven, we generally find ourselves quite at a loss how to reconcile it. 2. Apparent claves J. And I know none who have ever been successful enough to reduce them to any one general order. Yule. Letter the 6th. 49. You'll say probably how far we make this chaotic definition of the primary luminaries agree with the fecundary laws, and the just harmony observed in the third asterisk creation, and see. The work now you fee is undertaken, and chiefly at your own request, therefore I have a right to expert you'll be very indulgent to the author, and pass over all his faults, and allow him free argument in pursuit of the important truths, which will in the end open perhaps a much wider field of contemplation to us, than at Furfeet could be supposed to be intended by the Geneges of Mafi. That description of the beginning of nature is not without its beauty and nobleness, footable to the dignity both of the author and subject cl. But fouled we even in this knowing age of the world pretend to ac. Count for the original of things, as most to support his believed divine legation, was obliged in foam for to do, we fouled foon be reduced to talk in the famed style, and perhaps with less probability, then at least appeared in his elegant account of the origin of the universe. Especially if we do but consider, that what he wrote, was only to the sense of a people who had not yet learned to make use of their refon any other way, but from the appearance of things, and upon a subject cl. Too sublime for vulgar capacities in any age, and had only been attempt and in the deep learning of Egypt, which he though well acquainted with, the generality of them were totally strangers to. In the Furfeet place it must be granted, that the stars being all of the same nature, are either all immovable, or all fixed, that is all governed by one and the same principle. Now to uphold them all fixed, and different in an endless order. Through the infinite expanse, which has long been the opinion of many very able astronomers among the anti-ants, and even now received by too many of the moderns, implies an inactivity in the vast and principal bodies, fo much the reverse of what may be expected, and what we daily observe through all the rest of their attendants, namely, their own respective satellites, that we cannot possibly upon any rational grounds, advance one angle argument to support fo much as a conjecture towards it, without betraying the greatest simplicity, and next to an affirmation. Reduce the whole frame of nature, and all corporeal beings to a wild unmeaning chance, areating from an unnatural discord and confusion. For upon the principles of locality and materiality, you having load me the youth of my sense and refon, as absolutely necessary to wards conceiving any idea of our present state, or of futurity, upon H. The Moon, satellites of Saturn and Jupiter, and C. The 50. Letter the 6th. The principles I fe, unlefs our faculties are euflefs, if there are no other bodies or beings in the universe than what we fe, and are now fenfible of, we must now at the height of this our prefant state, be as near perfection as we can reasonably expect, and as fuca ourselves the supreme beings of all beings. To what end then do we form ideas of eluxiating life, where a more exalted state cannot be hoped for? How absurd and impious this is I leave to your own refon and reflection. This is the fatal rock upon which all weak pleads and narrow minds are loft and split upon, consequently ought to be the mo flow carefully avoided, not only as the nerve of atheism, but as the dreadful father of despair, for, they, the unhappy wretches, to be always the fame, is inconsistent with the change, and to be less than what we are am anywhere hereafter, is full as difficult to conceive as to be more. Thus, unless we admit of superior seats and much more glorious habitations than the we are fenfible of, we strike at the very root of a fair flower-ripping tree of immortality, and must become authors of our own despair. I have often wondered how thinking men could possibly fall in to epographs an error, as that of a spirit's annihilation, and I'll be glad to AFK one of the fruitless students, whether, upon the evidence of our prefant being, it is not much more rational, to hope for a future, than to expect a ne plus ultra upon no evidence at all. The affirmative is certainly much more natural to be conceived than the negative. But if chance were the cafe, and that chance produced all the regular and wondrous works, kiss to be with at least, that chance might do the fame again, and if not chance, of course an eternal direction, but chance only can effect diforder, divecord, and confulion. Ergo, the vivible harmony and beauty of the creation declare for a direction, and this muft of confequence, from its perfect nature, proceed from the wifedom and power of an iter. Nal being, God of infinity, the author of all ideas, and if this primitive power produced us his creatures from nothing, nothing can be want ing to revive our frames again, and if from foam thing, that foam thing must remain to establish us in a future life. But to return, how absurd it is to suppose one part of the creation regular, and the other irregular, or a vivible circulating order of things, to be mixed with disorder, and cir. Comprising part of an endless confusion, is obvious to the weak understanding, and consequently we may reasonably expect, that the Violatica, which is a manifest circle among feet the stars, conspicuous to every eye, will prove at last the whole to be together a vast and glorious regular production of beings, out of the wondrous will or fecundity of the eternal and infinite one felt prophecy and cough, and that all its irregularities are only fuca as naturally error from our eccentric view, to demonstrate which, letter the 6th, 5I, which absolutely and incontestably, we, all only want this one pajalulita to be granted, viz. That all the stars are, or may he, in motion. This, if one may be allowed to judge of the whole by the similitude and government of its parts, I am persuaded you will think a very reasonable AF function, but that you may imbibe a good opinion of this function, J. And entirely come into this much better to be with hypothesis I would have you confult the following arguments. Third, it is allowed, as I have endeavored to view, by all modern philosophers, that the sun and stars are all of the same or like nature. Consequently, that the stars are all suns, and that the sun himself is a star. Plate 17. Represents a kind of perf and I view of the vivible creation, wherein A represents the sedem of our sun, b. that fuppo fed round Sirius, and C. The region about Rigel. The red is a promiscuous dive-pollution of all the variety of other syphlems within our finite Viphion, as they are fed. To be pofeted behind one another, in the infinite space, and round every vifible star. That round every star then we may justly conjecture a similar system of bodies, governed by the same laws and principles with this our polar one, though to us at the earth for very good refunds in v. Fibble star. Secondly, the Sun is alpha observed to have a motion round his own axis in about 25 days. Now, since all the other planets which move in orbits round him, and are within our observation, are found to have a like rotation round their axis, may we not as reasonably imagine, that power which was able to give the Sun a motion round his axis, could and would at the same time, with adequate ease, give him alpha an orbitular one? And why not, since no progressive mutability can either take from, or disturb the boundless property of an infinity J. And besides, being to imagine him at red, is to impose an unnatural stagnation upon the eternal faculty, quite repugnant to that imparable power, which we suppose stands in need of neither sleep nor red. 'Tis true, the Sun may be fated to be the governor of all the bodies round him. But how? No other wife than he himself may be governed by a superior agent, or a dill more anive force J, and methinks it is not a asterisk. Anaximens believed the stars to be of a fiery nature, and that there were certain terra ethereal bodies that are not seen by us, carried together round them. Stop. Eel. Phyf cap. 25. Pythagoras affirmed, that every star is a world, containing earth, air, and ether. F. Saturn. Jupiter. Mars. Venus, the Earth, Moon. And Mercury. H2. Little. 5a. Letter the jix.tk. Little obferred to suppose he is not, fins. We have dive covered by undoubted observations, that the same gravitating power is common to all, and that the stars themselves are subject to no other dion than that which moves the whole machine of nature. Thirdly, from many observations of the polar points, and the obliquity of the Earth's equator to the plane of her polar orbit compared to together, the Sun is very justly supposed to have changed his sidereal situation, and this either arose from a change in the position of the Earth's diurnal axis, or from a removal of the Sun himself, out of the primitive plane of the orbis magnus. I believe you are so much of a mathematician, as to know that if either of the fads be allowed, the consequence I want will follow. I shall not therefore here enter into any farther dispute about it, but I think it will be necessary to submit foam observations to your confederation, that may convince you that there is a motion foam where to be thus dive covered, and whether in the Sun, or in the stars, or in both, I leave to your own determination, but to affect your imagination, I refer you to Plate 18. The globe S is here supposed to represent the Sun, having changed its situation by a local motion from A to C, and B represents the globe of the Earth in a permanent position, with its principal points and circles. Now repeating the primitive plane A, B, K. In consequence of the angle of variation, A, B, C, it evidently appears that a new ecliptic plane will be produced, as C, B, and alpha a variation in the Griatef declination of the Sun, north and south from the line of the equator D, L. Hence, as in this figure, the obliquity of the poles P, N, and G, F, will nadu rally decrease, and is hewn in quantity by the line of aberration H, 1. Here follows a table of the change observed in the obliquity of the ecliptic by astronomers of different ages. A table of the obliquity of the ecliptic. Anticryphli. 124 Erato. Hipparchus. /2J Eratos thence. O. Slash. 2400. 1. T2351. 23. 1. 51%. Anno. Letter the 6th. 53. Anno Dorn. 140. 749, 10701140, 1300 1458 1490 1500 *59 to 1656. 0. Ptolemy. 23. Abategnius. Dash. 23. Arahel. Dash. 23. Alomian. 23. Prophatiagrid. 23. Perbacia. 23. Regiomontas. 23. Copernicus. 23. Tycho Brahe. 23. Cassini. 23. Slash. 1. 3. Z. 35 2. 34. 33. 32. 29. T. 3 degrees. 28. R. T. T21Z. 29. I. 7. Now fewer, if we consider this continual decrease of the sun's declination, which can proceed from no other cause than that of his having moved out of the primitive plane, we need make no great difficulty thus far, to think our conjectures not irrational. The following is a citation from Dr. Edmund Halley, Astronomer Royal. See Philosophical Transactions, and Degree. 355 p. 736. But while I was upon this inquiry of the obliquity of the ecliptic, I was surprised to find the latitudes of 3 of the principal stars in the heavens, directly to contradict the supposed greater obliquity of the ecliptic, which seems confirmed by the latitudes of mod of the ref j, they being fet down in the old catalogues, as if the plane of the Earth's orbit had changed its situation among the fixed stars, about 2 since the time of Hipparchus. Particularly all the stars in Gemini are put down to the northward of the ecliptic, with fo much less lati 2 than we find, and to the southward, with fo much more without early latitude, and yet the 3 stars Pallilacium, Sirius and Arcturus do contradict this rule, for by it, Pallilacium being in the days of Hipparchus, in about 1 ogr of Taurus, ought to be about 5 1 more without early than at Prefant, and Sirius being then in about 15 gr carat of Gemini ought to be 20 * more without early than now, yet Ptolemy places J. the fur feet 20% and the other 22 * more northerly in latitude than we now find them, and are the errors of transcribers, but are proved to be right by the declination of them fet down by Ptolemy, as observed by Timocharis, Hipparchus, and himself, which, that the latitudes are the fame as the authors intended. As to Ardlurus, he is too near the equinoctial color, to argue from him concerning the change of the obliquity of the ecliptic J, but Ptolemy gives him 33 * more north latitude than 54. Letter the 6th. Than he is now found to have. And that greater latitude is likewise confirmed by the declinations delivered by the above fate observations, so Then the three stars are found to be above half a degree more early at this time than the anti-ants reckoned them. When, on the contrary, at the famed time, the bright shoulder of Orion has, in Ptolemy Amote, degree more early latitude than at Prefant, what feel we fay then? It is Elcars to be believed, that the anti-ants could be deceived in FO plane. A matter, three observers confirming each other. Again, the stars be ing the mold conspicuous in heaven, are in all probability the near to the earth. And if they have any particular motion of their own, it is mod likely to be perceived in them, which in FO long a time as 1800 years, may, hew it felt by the alteration of their places, though it be entirely imperceptible in the space of one angle century of years. Yet, as to Sirius it may be observed, that Tycho Ubra makes him 2 minutes more northerly than we now find him, whereas he ought to be above as much more early from his ecliptic, Hof obliquity he makes 2 feet 4 inches greater than we deem it at Prefant, differing in the whole 4 feet 4 inches. One half of this difference may perhaps be excused, if refraction were not allowed in this cafe by Tycho. Yet, 2 min in Fuca, a star as Sirius is Fomuat too much for him to be mistaken in. But a more evident proof of this change is drawn from the observation of the application of the moon to pallidum in Criv 509 March 11, when, in the beginning of the night, the moon was seen to follow that star very near, and seen to have eclipsed it, faces yup 6. Veek Parviv 2tx0t0 fl civ carat ipsi rvjhvpvvg nepi faisi, to %pound 7 jxv3 vp povk, le. Stella opogita. Erat partipor. Quam. Vivcabator. Limbus. Luna. Illuminatus. As. Bulialdeus. 2. Whom we are beholden for this ancient observation, has translated. Now, from the undoubted principles of astronomy, this could never be true at Athens or near it, unless the latitude of Palilicium were much less than we at this time find its star. The motion of Arburu's themes further confirmed, from the observations of Tycho, Hevelius, and Flamjalid. 4. Hevelius fits down the distance of that star from Lyra 4 greater than Tycho who had observed it 70 years before him, and Flamjalid 22 years after me forward. Asterisk. Vide. Buletinual T. AJLR. Philolaica. P 172. Ftf are the near eft and greateft of the fixed stars, the motion of the others not having been observed, or being at too great a distance, are either imperceptible, or have not been taken notice of. The I. Letter the 6th. 55. The distance betwixt the famed 2 stars, hill 3 greater than Hevelius. Founded, FO that if Lyra had flood hill all that while, there was an AP. Appearance of AR slums having gone 7 out of his place in the space of an 100 years. See Dr. Long's Aronomy, p.274. It is further to be observed, in confirmation of the motion of one of the stars, that Flamjaid found the distance of Arslurus, from the head of Hercules 3 greater than it is fet down by the Prince of Hefla, and that his distance from the lion's tail was a little decreased with 5 feet 4 inches left slotty 2 than Tycho who had observed. Hence, to make the observations agree, one or both of them may have moved together equal to 7. This change of place, which is quite contrary to all known coughs proceeding from the earth, may therefore be occasioned either by the motion of the sun, or by a particular motion of their own, but if, among themselves, they may all move, and if all be in motion, the sun may also move. If the observations, delivered down to us by very able Arano Mers, be either true or near it, as great allowances have been made for the ignorance of the ages in which they were taken, and the inaccuracy of the enruments, we may naturally conclude, that the stars may have a motion. And if they move, as has been before observed, the sun Maleo, hence he cannot now be in the original plane of the earth's annual direction, or at Leah in the same identical place he was at. Mefurho heft of, and if Fo, the stars Alpha have the like motion, though in different directions, and all may thus be governed by the fame Kn pool live power, to illurate this primitive motion of the stars, and at the same time to how that the variety which appears in the quantity of motion can be no objection to it. Plate C. 18 Fig 2. A. Where represents the eye of an observer, and B, E, F, H, various sihems, moving in different directions through the mundane space, it is evident that the sphere B, having moved from C, and that of E, not HAB, ing appeared to move at all, there may be a sensible change in the new coefficient of the two sihems to one another, and FO of the reft, and though the apparent motion of H be much more than that of F, from the point A, yet from C, they will appear less different, and from B, they will appear nearly equal. And farther, as the direction from H, is in the line I, H, and that of F, in the line K, G, the two sihems will AP pair to approximate, and the magnitude of the star in the fir will be in Kreft. 56. Letter the sixth. Araft, and in the latter diminished. Thus, many of the stars in the old catalogues, which were fated to be of the fecund magnitude, are now become of the fir feet, and fever aloft the fir flow are now judged to be of the fe. Cond, pound, c. But as this apparent motion of the stars at the earth, muff, from its nature, be very full, fos scars to be dive covered in foam of them in less than an age, with any indrument by the nicest of fervor, I judge it will be extremely proper in this place topropo foam method, by which, in percepts of time, the truth of the theory may be ascertained. The way I think most likely to succeed is this. Plate 19 is a plan of the principal stars that form the Pleiades, correctly taken by a combination of triangles, as in the figure, from whence it will naturally follow, all the whole form being comprehended in much less than 1 degree. That the mold-minute local motion in any one of those stars in a very few years, will be made sensible to an eye at the earth. 4. Instance, if any of the stars that form the letter A, or T, within the term of 10 or 20 years, be found in the lead, to deviate from the lines of their prefect coefficient and direction, it will be evident beyond a contradiction, that they have a motion among feet themselves, and fins at Fuka adiptans they cannot potably be affected by the earth, it must be a motion of their own J, and thus if any one can be proved, to change its situation, with regard to the red, we can have no new difficulty in concluding that they all may do the same. And thus if any of the regular triangles BZ, ZPH, AZM, TAD, or NOI, and C in due time be carefully noted, we may venture to lay with great safety, that the thousandth part of a degree will be plainly dive covered. Plate XX is a true plan and combination of the principal stars that form the Perseids, in which other observations may be made in a different part of the heavens, and perhaps with an opportunity of being dil more cf, the areas of the triangles, particularly that of 0 ik, and the of p and 5, being much less than the former, where the lead alteration pof. Fibble mud render them fen fibly dido root. But here it mud be confidered. He had the real motion of the stars, as well as their apparent, may be, and in all. Letter the 6th. 57. All likelihood, is extremely flow, for the minute, vifibble, local motion, will and for all the purposes we know in nature, and the grea teft. Seems to be that of the proge and isle, or centrifugal force, which not only preserves them in their orbits, but prevents them from rough-lying altage. There, by the common universal law of gravity, which otherwise, as mud a finite distribution of either regular or irregular bodies, they at length do binusflity. I must now inform you, that the above observations were complete. W in the autumn season. 1747. And were taken by my Felche. The letters A, T, in plate 19, and the in the XXTH, as you may see, having a very near resemblance, or similitude, to the order the stars are found to be in, together with the Greek alphabet, I judged necessary, by way of algorithm and nomenclatura in Café Foucault be wanted, as data in future dive coveries. I come now to the principal point in question, which is to find a regular dive position of the stars among feet themselves, which will naturally follow both their general and particular phenomena, especially the nebula and Milky Way. I am now C. I. Letter J asterisk. Letter the 7th. The hypothesis, or theory, fully explained and demonstrated, proving the sidereal creation to be finite. Sir. NWKO. You are an enemy to all sorts of schemes where they are not absolutely necessary, and may possibly be avoided. J. And for that reason I have purposely omitted many geometrical figures, and other representations in this work, which might have been inverted and in foam places, of pile here I might have introduced diagrams, perhaps more explicit than words, but as you have frequently observed, they are only of use to the few learned, and contribute more to the taking away the little ideas and knowledge the more ignorant many may be endued with, by a prejudicial impression of imperfect images, rather than the adding any new light to their understanding. I have purposely avoided, as much as possible, both here and everywhere, all Foucault complex diagrams as might be in danger of betraying any the lead, Foucault conscious diffidence in you, arrailing from the want of a proper frecognita in the sciences. This imperfection, much to be lamented, as greatly to the diffident mightage of all mathematical reasoning, I would willingly always prevent, in my readers, and to chaff in friend I fall therefore content myself with referring you to a few orbicular figures, concave and convex, as may bed fugged, to your fancy the fimpled way, a just idea of the hypothesis I have framed. And naturally enough my hope, render theory fo intelligible, as to help you diffidently to conceive the solution aimed at, of the important problem I have attempted. As I have said before, we cannot long observe the beauteous parts of the visible creation, not only the of this world on which we live, but also the myriads of bright bodies round us, with a envy attention, without being convinced, that a power supreme, and of a nature unknown to us, presides in, and governs it. The letter the 7th. 59. The core and frame of this vast bulk, display a refon and fixed law, which all obey. Share. Monilius, And notwithstanding the many wonderful productions of nature in this our known habitation, yet the earth, when compared with other bodies of our own system, seems far from being the most confidable in it. And it appears not only very possible, but highly probable, from what has been fade, and from what we can farther demonstrate, that there is as great a multiplicity of worlds, veritably different in different parts of the universe, as there are variegated objects in this we live upon. Now, as we have no reason to suppose that the nature of our sun is different from that of the rest of the stars, and since we can no way prove him superior even to the least of the fur-priving bodies, how can we, with any shew of reason, imagine him to be the general center of the whole 2e of the visible creation, and feet in the center of the mundane space? This, in my humble opinion, is too weak even for conjecture. Their apparent distribution, and irregular order argue much against it. The earth indeed has long possessed the chief seat of our system, and peaceably reigned there, as in the center of the universe for many ages past, but it was human ignorance, and not divine wisdom, that placed it there. Few indeed from the beginning have disputed its right to it, as judging it no way worthy of a high eminence. Time at length has discovered the truth to everybody, and now it is justly displaced by the united consent of all its inhabitants, and instead of being thought the most majestic of all nature's lower works, now rather disgraces the creation, much it is reduced in its present state from what it had reason to expect in the former. Now it is no longer the only terrestrial globe in the universe, but is proved to be one of the leaf planets of the solar system, and surprisingly inferior to foam of its fellow worlds. The sun, or rather the system, has almost as long usurped the center of infinity, with as little pretense to preeminence. But now, thanks to the sciences, the scene begins to open to us on all sides, and truths scarce to have been dreamt of before profans of observation had proved them possible, invades our sense. See the zodiacal constellations. You'll find that in foam signs there are febrile stars of the first, second, and third magnitude, and in many others none of them at all. I too, with 60, letter the 7th, with a subject too deep for the human understanding, and where our how very reason is lost in infinite wonders, ought this to humble every mind susceptible of reason. In this place, I believe, you will pardon a digrifflian, which, in an for to part of your loft letter, I judge will not be very impertinent, though perhaps just here I cannot well justify it. Your late conversation with our friend Mr. *****, I am persuaded, will have been very entertaining. But I cannot help thinking his reflections upon the wonders of nature and the wisdom of Providence, though I must allow them all to be very just and curious, instead of elevating the mind to the pitch he would have it, rather as conlidered above, prefs it below the proper, nay I might fain necessary, standard of human ideas. This, probably, you'll say is an odd turn, and may want foam explanation, since every object in the chain of nature, must, of force be granted, a subject worthy of our speculations, being altogether made as in the maximum of wisdom. But what I mean is this, since nothing is more natural for beings in every state inferior after their own advantages, and the enlargement of their ideas to look upward, fewer it may be prelonged, that time may be spent, if not lost in infting to nar. Roly things little beneficial in states below us, as Mr. Pope face. Why has not man a microscopic eye? For this plain reason, man is not a fly. Say what the Yule, were finer optics given to might not comprehend the heaven. On man. J. Amusement alone can never be supposed to be the end of human life, where even true happiness is a thing we rather taste than enjoy. The mind we find capable of much more rational pleasure than can possibly fall within the reach of human power, either to prompt or procure it. But then this very defect in our present state of existence affords us no less than a moral assurance, that foam where in a future, we may, if we please, be entitled, to the very plenum of all enjoyments. The peculiar beneficence then of the human mind naturally precedes its amusements, as evidently ordained to for above all the inferior beings of this world, and however our natures may, through indolence, or through ignorance, degenerate, that of the man can never be fed to think into the mole. The properest way then for men to prefer their preeminence over the brute creation, is to make use of that reflection and reflection, which, letter the 7th, 6:1, a which to manifestly distinguishes their natural superiority. Right aptly. Cation of which, must of course then direct us to a forward, rather than a backward search in the vad viable chain of our exigence, which clearly connects all beings and states as under the direction of one supreme agent. This is all I would have underflood by the foregoing position, which, in one word, implies no more than that the sublime philosophy ought male refund to be preferred to the minute, but I hope you will not infer my from this seeming partiality for the celestial sciences, that I mean to insinuate, that the study of terrestrial physics is not a rational amusement. Mr. Euphé seems to lament the taffly of mankind in general much in the same degree as you do his. I readily grant you, a man who can talk well upon an ant, might make a more entertaining discourse upon the eagle, but I beg his pardon, and though we are all too ready, and apt to condemn all Foucault pleasures as vain or trifling, which we have no share in, or taffly for ourselves, yet I don't think it follows, that the genius labors of his are useless. The pleasures arising from natural philosophy are all undoubtedly great ones, whether we consider nature in her high effort, or in her low capacity. The beauties of the creation are every day varied to us below, as much they are every night above, and in both cafes, through every object, the Creator fiends fo manifest, that we may justly consider him everywhere smiling full in the face of all his creatures, commanding as it were an awful reverence, and reft, due not only to his omnipotency, but also to his infinite goodness and endless indulgences. This is the only return our gratitude can make for all the beings he daily bestows upon us, and to this great author of her laws. Nature herself cries aloud through myriads of various objects, and after her own express live and peculiar manner, seems to command us with an attractive grace, to observe her sovereign, and admire his wifedom. The majesty, power, and dominion of God is best displayed in the external direction of things, his wifedom and visible agency in the internal. Hence, by proper objects, fitted from both, attended with just reflections, we may certainly raise our ideas almost to the pitch of immortals, but how far the human imagination may possibly go, or how much minds like ours may be improved, is a quotidian not easily determined. But as natural knowledge evidently increases daily, and astronomical queries are the mod capable of opening our minds, and enlarging our conception, of consequence they must be mod worthy our attention of all other studies. But of this I have faith enough, and think it is now more than time to attempt the remaining part of my theory. When 6z letter the 7th. When we reflect upon the various AFPENS, and perpetual changes of the planets, both with regard to their asterisk heliocentric and geocentric motion, we may readily imagine, that nothing but a like eccentric position of the stars could any way produce Foucault an apparently promiscuous difference in Foucault otherwise regular bodies. And that in like manner, as the planets would, if viewed from the Sun, there may be one place in the verb to which their order and primary motions must appear most regular, and most beautiful. Such a point, I may presume, is not unnatural to be fupofed, although hitherto we have not been able to produce any apfoliate proof of it. See plate XXV. This is the great order of nature, which I shall now endeavor to prove, and thereby solve the phenomena of the Via Lactea J, and in order thereto, I want nothing to be granted but what may easily be allowed, namely, that the Milky Way is formed of an infinite number of small stars. Way, let us imagine a vast infinite gulf, or medium, every x tended like a plane, and enclosed between two surfaces, nearly even on both sides, but of such a depth or thickness as to occupy a space equal to the double radius, or diameter of the visible creation, that is to take in one of the left stars each way, from the middle station, perpendicular to the plane's direction, and, as near as possible, according to our idea of their true distance. But to bring this image a little lower, and as near as possible level to every capacity, I mean such as cannot conceive this kind of continued zodiac. Let us suppose the whole frame of nature in the forepie of an artificial horizon of a globe. I don't mean to affirm that it really is FO in fad, but only state the question thus, to help your imagination to conceive more aptly what I would explain. Star plate XXIII will then represent a just now section of it. In this space let us imagine all the stars scattered promiscuously, but at such an adjusted distance from one another, as to fill up the whole medium with a kind of regular irregularity of objects. And next let us consider what the consequence would be to an eye situated rear the center point, or anywhere about the middle plane, as at the point A. Is it not, think you, very evident, that the stars would their AP pair promiscuously differ on each side, and more inclining to difforder, as the observer would advance his station towards either surface, and nearer to B or C, but in the direction of the general plane H towards or D, by the continual approximation of the visible rays D crowding together as at H, betwixt the limits and G, they must in asterisk not to mention their febrile conjunctions and apuses to fixed stars, and cf. the state of the heavens in 1662, December the 1st, when all the known planets were in one sign of the zodiac, viz. Sagittarius. Fallibly. Letter the 7th. $6. Fallibly terminate in theotmod confusion. If your optics fails you be. For you arrive at the external regions, only imagine how infinitely greater the number of stars would be in the remote parts, arriving thus from their continual crowding behind one another, as all other objects do towards the horizon point of their perfect live, which ends but with mud infinity. Thus, all their rays at Lafel fo near uniting, meeting in the eye appear, as almod in contadl, and form a perfect zone of light. This I take to be the real cafe, and the true nature of our Milky Way, and all the irregularity we observe in it at the earth, I judge to be derived owing to our sun's position in this great firmament, and may easily be followed by his eccentricity, and the diversity of motion that may naturally be conceived among the stars themselves, which may here and there, in different parts of the heavens, a cafe and a cloudy knot of stars, as perhaps at E. But now to apply this hypothesis to our present purpose, and reconcile it to our ideas of a circular creation, and the known laws of orbicular motion, FOS to make the beauty and harmony of the whole confident with the visible order of its parts are our refon mud now have recourse to the analogy of things. it being once agreed, that the stars are in motion. Which, as I have endeavored in my lad letter to Hugh, is not far from an undeniable truth, we mud next consider in what manner they move. For then, to suppose them to move in right lines, you know is contrary to all the laws and principles we at present know of, and since there are but two ways that they can possibly move in any natural order, that is, mud either in right lines, or in curves, this being one, it of course be the other, i.e., in an orbit J. And consequently, were we able to view them from their middle position, as from the eye feet in the center of plate XXV, we might expect to find them separately moving in all manner of directions round a general center, foci as is there represented. It only now remains to view how a number of stars, fo dipoped in a circular manner, round any given center, may follow the phenomena before us. There are but two ways possible to be proposed by which it can be done, and one of which I think is highly probable, but which of the two will meet your approbation, I shall not venture to determine, only here included I intend to fend you both. The first is in the manner I have above described, i.e., all moving the same way, and not much deviating from the same plane, as the planets in their heliocentric motion do round the solar body. In this case the primary, secondary, and tertiary constituent orbits, and C framing the hypothesis, are represented in PTOXXI, and the consequence of Foucault theory arriving from Foucault and universal law of motion. 64. Letter the 7th. Detition in plate XXII, where B denotes the local motion of the Sun in the true orbis magnus, and C that of the Earth in her proper secondary orbit, which of course phase fed, as is shown in the figure, to change its itinerary positions, in the same manner as the Moon does round the Earth, and consequently will occur in a kind of proselyon, or annual variation, in the place of the Sun, not unlike that of the equinoxes, or motion of all the stars together, from west to east round the ecliptic poles, and probably may in some degree be the occupation of it. This angle is represented, but much magnified, by the lines F, C, G, and the unnatural neffs, or absurdity of a right line motion of the Sun by the line I, H. The second method of solving this phenomena, is by a spherical order of the stars, all moving with different direction round one common center, as the planets and comets together do round the Sun, but in a kind of shell, or concave orb. The former is easily conceived, from what has been already paid, and the latter is as easy to be understood, if you have any idea of the segment of a globe, which the adjacent figures will, I hope, affect you to. The do and rine of the motions will perhaps be made very obvious to you, by inputting the following plates. Plate XXIB is a representation of the convexity. May if I call it FO of the entire creation, as a universal coalition of all the stars conferred round one general center, and as all governed by one and the same law. Plate XXV is a central section of the fame, with the eye of providence feet J and the center, as in the virtual agent of creation. Plate XXVI represents a creation of a double construction, where a superior order of bodies C may be imagined to be circumscribed by the former one. A, as possessing a more eminent seat, and nearer the supreme preference, and consequently of a more perfect nature. Loftily. Plate XXVII represents Foucault ascension, and segments of the fame, as I hope will give you a perfect idea of what I mean by Foucault theory. Fig I is a corresponding section of the part at A, in Fig 2. Hof. A Wurft sign is equal to half the thickness of the Ftari vortice C, or now Ba. If A, by fupping the thickness of this shell, 1. You may. A imagine the middle semichord. Or E, to be nearly 6J and con. Frequently. Letter the 7th. 65. Thus in a like regular distribution of the stars, there muff of Corf be at leaf 3 times as many to be seen in this direction of the sign, or AAC, semichord. E, itself, than in that of the Emi Wurft sign. Or caret where near the direction of the radius of the space G. E. D. But we are not confined by this theory to this form only, there may be various systems of stars, as well as of planets, and differing probably as much in their order and distribution as the zones of Jupiter do from the rings of Saturn. It is not at all necessary that every collective body of stars fouled move in the same direction, or after the same model of motion, but may as reasonably be fuppofed as much to vary, as we find our planets and comets do. Hence we may imagine foam creations of stars may move in the direction of perfect spheres, all veritably inclined, direct and retrograde. Others again, as the primary planets do, in a general zone or zodiac, or more properly in the manner of Saturn's rings, nay, perhaps ring with in ring, to a third or fourth order, as hewn in plate XXVIII nothing being more evident, than that if all the stars we see moved in one veft ring, like the of Saturn round any central body, or point, the gene Ralphus phenomena of our stars would be followed by it, phi plate XXIX. Fig 1. And 2. The one representing a full plane of the motions, the other a profile of them, and a visible creation at B and C, the central body A, B. Ing fuppofed as incognitum. Without the finite view 3. Not only the PHE nomina of the Milky Way may be thus accounted for, but also all the cloudy spots and irregular distribution of them 3. And I cannot help being of opinion, that could we view Saturn through a telescope capable of it, we fould find his rings neither than an infinite number of lesser planets, inf. What may we rear to the call his satellites? Inclines to believe it, is this. This ring, or collection of small bodies, appears to be foam times very exon. Trick, that is, more distant from Saturn's body on one side than on the other. And as visibly leaving a larger space between the body and the ring 3, which would hardly be the cafe, if the ring, or rings, were connected, or folded, since we have good refund to fupphof, it would be equally attract. Ed. On all sides by the body of Saturn, and by that means prefer every where an equal distance from him. But if they are really little planets, it is clearly demonstrable from our own in-like cafes, that there may be frequently more of them on one side, than on the other, and but very rarely, if ever, an equal distribution of them all round the Saturnian globe. V. How much a confirmation of this is to be with your own curiosity may make you judge, and here I leave it for the opticians to determine. I fall content myself with observing that nature never leaves us without K. A fuffy. 66. Letter the 7th. A fufficient guide to conduit us through all the necessary paths of knowledge, and it is far from absurd to suppose Providence may have every where throughout the whole universe interperfect modules of every creation, as our divines tell us, man is the image of God himself. My thus, sir, you have had full opinion, without the leaf. Referv. Concerning the visible creation, confided as part of the finite universe J. How far I have succeeded in my deficient solution of the Violappound-IEAY, upon which the theory of the whole is formed, is a thing will hardly be known in the present century, as in all probability it may require foam ages of OL privation to discover the truth of it. It remains that I shall now give you foam idea of time and s.pace j. Hut this will afford matter sufficient for another letter. I am 3 and c. Letter 67. Letter the 8th. Of time and space. With regard to the known objects of immensity and duration. Sir, the opportunity you gave me in your loft befit, of living you my general scheme of the universe, I find, besides the plethora it then gave, is now attended with many useful advantages. I now not only hope to be better underfitted for the future, but have refound to expert what I now write will merit your attention more, and have foam title to your approbation. The ideas I have framed of time and space, will now more gradually fill your imagination both with wonder and delight, before they can arifo high as to be loft in an eternity and the infinity of space. And I am fully persuaded your far their inquiries into the vast properties of the deity, will here be answered entirely to your satisfaction. You must allow me now to be in foam me for a judge of what I think will please you most, from the observations you have made upon my general system, or otherwise you would have refound to think me perhaps too prefuming, but I flatter myself the great difficulty is now over, and what remains to be fade, will alpha naturally follow from what has gone before, that this letter, I guefs, will go near to furnish you with all the ideas you with to form upon the subject. To what you have fade of my having left out my own habitation in my scheme of the universe, having travelled fo far into infinity as both to love, fight of, and forget the earth, I think I may justly answer as Aristotle did, when Alexander, looking over a map of the world, inquired of him for the city of Macedon. 'Tis fade. The Phiophophor told the prince that the place he fought for was much too little to be there taken notice of, and was not with no sufficient refund omitted. The system of the sun compared but with a very minute part of the visible creation, takes up fol mol a portion of the known universe, that, in a very finite view of the immensity of space, I judged the seat of the earth to be of very little consequence, could I have possibly represented it, as not only being one of the left objects cls in our regions, but in a K2 manner. 68 letter the 8th. Manner infinitely less than even her own annual orbit, and had nothing to do with my main defin, which was to represent all our planetary worlds as one collective body, and begin my comparative scale of magnitude from the sun only and his sphere of activity, as the left object I could with any propriety pretend to express in Fuka a plan. Inform me for to convince you that I have committed no error. In this, I will try by foam left's mathematical method than that of mere numbers, to imprint an idea in your mind of the true extent of the FO lar system, and the magnitude of all its moving bodies, by natural ob objects familiar to your sense. When we endeavor to form any idea of distance, magnitude, or duration, by numbers only, we fo fun x seed the limits of conception, that this way we find our faculties of reasoning as finite as our sense, and no doubt 'tis right it shall be fo j. Providence, as it were, having ordained that the feet shall only attend the loft, in Fuka an adequate degree to a determined difflance j, but what Diptance or degree of knowledge is destined to human nature, none. But the power that gave it can tell. 'Tis certain that beyond the third or fourth place of our nomenclator, we receive but very faint impreflience of the thing expressed, and can frame scarce any notion at all of either. Number, diptance, or magnitude, signified beyond it, hence astronomers are frequently obliged to have recourse to mixed ideas, and make things of different natures and properties affect each other, to excite more adequate ideas of what they would have conceived. Thus to express immense diptances and magnitude, they frequently apply themselves to time and motion j and vice versa to signify a long duration, they have often recourse to diptance and matter, removing, in imagination, worlds of sand, grain after grain, to foam remote known region. Hesiod asterisk to express his idea of the diptance from his highest heaven to earth, and from earth to hell, or Tartarus, hopes an anvil to be let fall from one to the other, which he phase in 9 natural days would reach the earth from heaven, and in the same time would fall from the earth to hell. Homer makes his Vulcan fall from heaven toth Elfland of Lemnos in much less time, not exceeding 1 full artificial day. Asterisk from the high heaven a brazen anvil call 9 nights and days in rapid whirls would loft, and reach the earth the 10th, whence strongly hurled, the Phamethi Paphiage to th infernal world. F. Hurled headlong downward from th ethereal height. Tossed all the day in rapid circles round. Nor till the sun descended touched the ground. Cook. Pope. Modern. Letter the 8th. 69. Modern astronomers have made use of the swifted velocity of a non-ball as continued through the space they would fo describe, and in this light, the distance to the sun has been by many compared to 25 years motion of a cannonball, upping it to travel at the rate of 100 fathom in a moment, i.e. the pulse of an artery, and that a journey fo performed to one of the near fixed stars, would take the fame body at least 100,000 years before it could arrive there. But the method I have chosen to convey my ideas of the magnitude of the planetary bodies, and the extent of the visible creation to you, I am willing to hope you will find still more familiar, comprehensive, and effective, and it only depends upon your remembrance of a very few known objects, and their neighboring distances, which may be presumed you are, or have been, very well acquainted with. You have not only very lately but very often been in Logedon, and mud, I think, retain foam idea of the dome of St. Paul S., though I own I ought not to be sorry if you die old chance to have forgot it, provided it might prove a means of making your visits more frequent. The diameter of the dome of this church is 145 feet, now. If you can imagine this to represent the surface of the sun, a spherical body 18 inches diameter, will justly represent the earth in like proportion, and another of only 5 inches diameter will represent the moon. The truths of the proportions I have hewn in my Clarascale/list dash, and the reef on why I have here fixed upon the dome of this church for my third object of comparison, will naturally appear from what follows. From the magnitude of the earth on which we live, as from a known scale with rep to its parts compared with our own bodies, we need to rally frame our third ideas of extent, and fix our rationale of remoteness, by which we are diffidently enabled to judge of all other sensible distances within one finite view, and hence by the undoubted principles of geometry, having first given the measurement of the earth in any known proportion with any other quantity mod familiar to our sense, and the angle of appearance, or parallax to any perceivable object, we can easily find in homogeneal parts its true distance from the eye, and thus allowing for small though unavoidable errors, that may palpably err from the difficulties of observation, of specially small angles and may Newt quantities, we can always determine to a diffident, and vary frequently to adjud exact nefs, the relative distance of all visible bodies, re. Mote or near, fuca as the planets, comets, and the sun. Asterisk in this manner astronomers having procured a comparative standard. Reductifum non mi fur, as inglia miles, leagues, semi-orbs or orbits. Asterisk parallax is the changeable position of bodies to different situations of the eye. For feet having found the quantity of a degree, UE a 6/8 part of the circumference, upon the Earth's letter the 8th orbits, with all the force of analogical reasoning, clearly can demonstrate the place and distance of any object within the reach of observation, and judge of distances almost indefinite. Plate XXX will help you to vary chord ideas of the real magnitude of the globe, of the earth, compared with the just extent of the land of Great Britain, which you will find with Ireland and the rest of its ifeans, feet near the center of the projection. This as a standard will enable you to judge of all other distances more perfectly. And for feet, I fall consider that of the sun. The sun is found to be mean distant from the earth nearly 81 millions of miles, or 6877,5 diameters. Of the Earth J. and Saturn, the remote teft planet from him is at his teft distance from us about 858 millions of miles, yet the distances are but the beginning of space, and only serve to open our ideas for farther search. The great comet of 1680, as I have where fade before, was found to move in aft an eccentric orbit, that in its aphelion point, it would be 14,4 times as far from the Sun, as the orbit of Saturn, and hence at least 11,200 millions of miles from us. Now since the wife Creator hath diffused all the independent parts of the creation, fuca as the febrile systems of primary and secondary PLA nets, and see at great a distance from each other, that the laws of any one in no wife hall interfere, disturb, or interrupt the principles of another. This comet, which we can easily prove belonged to our own sun, we may well imagine came not near any other, and though at that vast distance from the polar body, yet there must have remained a space sufficient to divide or separate the fenfible ativity of neighboring systems, that they may not rough upon each other. Hence we may reasonably suppose that the nearest star can be no nearer than a triple radius of its active sphere, and provided they are all in regular order, and much of the same magnitude with one another, which no arguments can possibly contra did, this radius we may justly make 2,000 times the distance of our Earth. For admitting the utmost limits of the Sun's atradian to x. See this sphere of the comets, as far as the sphere of the comets. Earth's surface, Aratoft Henny's dive covered that the magnitude of the whole was easily known J, and then from the Moon's horizontal parallax having given the radius of the Earth, the distance of the Moon is found determined, next by the menstrual parallax of the lunar orbit. The distance of the Sun is found, and by the elongation of the inferior planets, their mutual distance from each other, and, loftily, from the annual parallax of the Earth's orbit, all the other orbits of the superior planets are easily found. Exceeds. Letter the 8th. 71. Exceeds that of the planets, which is nearly 14,4 times, the radius of the solar system will be extended every way 200 radiuses of the orbit of Saturn, and consequently the distance from star to star will not be less than 6,000 times the radius of our Orbis Magnus, and consequently upwards of 480 billion miles. That this is even less than the real truth, and may be defended as a very moderate computation, grounded upon Refon, we have infallible demonstration to witness, and make appear as thus. We know from the nature of distance and motion that the stars may have an annual parallax, but it is fo very small, that the very best astronomers have never yet been able to affine what the quantity really is. Yet it is allowed by universal consent, that it can't possibly be more that one may newt of a degree, and may probably be much less. Mr. Flamsteed, by repeated observations, made it in foam of them upwards of 40 J, but Mr. Bradley has endeavored to prove it is everywhere too small to be determined, and affines this angle to another cough. This way then we cannot make their distance less, and to prove that it is something more than I have fated is, let us even increase the doubtful parallax of 40 to the most it possibly can be, viz. to 60 or pj, and by the solution of the triangle, we shall find that the nearest star is 6,875 times the radius of the Earth's orbit from the Sun, and this, though more than any other proportion makes them, is still undeniably less than the truth, which every mathematician will of course be convinced of, J, and you yourself of force must believe, when you are told, that the smaller the angle of parallax is, the farther the body is removed from us. By which rule, AC. According to Mr. Flamsteed's observations, the distance must be still greater. By the optical experiment of Mr. Huygens, greater still than this, and according to Mr. Bradley, FO. Much more as not even to be determined. Now if the reft are in general from each other, allowing the fame extent of system, and as much to part the like extremes of adivere Tuesday, be in Foucault proportion of aerial space, it will appear, that to pass from any one star to another, we must fly through fo after trad of pure expand for ether, that to befit any one of the most neighboring systems. Could we travel even as fast as the swift of eagle flies, for instance, 500 miles per day, yet shall we be 3 million of years upon our way before we could arrive there. And if continuing on to view the regions of the reft within the known creation, myriads of ages would be spent, and yet we could not hope to feed the whole of but the left constellation. Asterisk 27,664 radiuses of the Orly Magnus, equal to the distance of Sirius. Hope parallax. Eald be to and were it but 1448. But 72. Letter the 8th. But what idea of distance can you receive from this fort of estimation, where numbers are of fo very high? I own to you mine are foon quite lost by this method of counting, either distances or duration. I believe few people can range their ideas with Foucault perspicuity, as to arrive at any adequate notion of any number above a third, and to give you therefore a clearer idea of distance, and improves the portions of space more strongly and fully in your mind, let us suppose the body of the Sun, as I have said before, to be represented by the dome of St. Paul's in Foucault proportion of spherical body 18 inches diameter, moving at Mary Le Bone will justly represent the Earth, and anno there of 5 inches diameter, describing a circle of 45 feet and a half radius rounded, will represent the orbit and globe of the Moon asterisk. A body at the tower of 9,7 inches, will represent Mercury J. And one of 17,9 inches at St. James's Palace will represent the planet Venus J. Mars may be fed at a distance like that of Kensington or Greenwich, 10 inches diameter. Jupiter, imagined to be at Hampton Court, or Dartford, in Kent, and J. Saturn, At Clifton, or near Chelmsford. The fur-feet Repra. Fented by a globe 5 foot 4 inches diameter, the latter by 1 feet. And his ring 4 feet broad, the would all naturally represent the planetary bodies of our system in their proper orbits and proportional magnitudes, as moving round the cupola of St. Paul's as their common center the Sun. And preferring the famed natural scale, the aphelion of the fur-feet comet would be about Bury, the fecund at Breital and the third near the city of Edinburgh. But if you will take into your idea dome one of the near-reft stars, instead of the of St. Paul's, you must suppose the Sun to be represented by the gilt ball upon the top of it, and then will another fuca upon the top of St. Peter's at Rome represent one of the near-reft stars. The whole system exhibited in the above proportion, would be nearly as follows. Diameter of the Sun 145 feet. Saturn 1587, his ring 27,54, its breadth 4. Jupiter, 1539. Mars, 10,15 inches. The Earth, 18,125. Venus, 17,98. Mercury, 9,715. And the Moon, 4,93. Diphthans. Letter the 8th. 73. Asterisk diphthans of Saturn from the Sun, 27 miles and 1,700 yards. Jupiter, 15 miles and 458 yards. Mars, 4 miles and 751 yards. The Earth, 2 miles and 1,632 yards. Venus, 2 miles and 217 yards. Mercury, 1 mile and 267 yards. And of the Moon, from us, 45 yards and a half. That of the Mote Diphthand comet 390, and the near-reft of the stars not less than 6,875, f radiuses of the Orbis Magnus. Now, if like creations crowd the vast depths of infinity, and if each are adapted to receive beings of different natures, where raft are one and ideas have end, as it is evident in the sign Taurus, in Perseus and Orion, that we can plainly perceive stars to the fixed and ninth magnitude, the former with our naked eye, the other by the help of telescopes. The visional ocular creation cannot be less than 4,320,000,000,000 miles in meter, and admitting a regular distribution of the primordial bodies among themselves, the depth, or most remote limits of the vortex Magnus from side to side, cannot be less than 8 m, 640th of million of miles, admitting it is no more than what we fij and loftily supposing our system to be situated nearly in the middle of the vortex Magnus, which, from the visible order of the stars, we may justly conjecture, with the highest probability of truth, the near-reft diphthantio the ans primum, in the realms of eternal day, will rise to 30,000,000,000 miles, but more probably to 100 trillion miles, making the confines of creation from verge to verge in the fur-feet cafe, upwards of 68 million of millions of miles diameter, and with a laft above 200. But, if we compute the diphthans of the stars after the manner of Hui Genzi for his diphthans of Sirius from the Sun, the diphthans of the region of immortality without exceeding probability may rise to near 1,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000 miles. Now to paths by any progressive motion from the outward verge, or borders of the creation, through theft-ary regions of mortality, if I may call. Asterisk of the satellites of Saturn in the above proportion. The and the of Jupiter. O. It. Asterisk radius, or sine of 895930. Sine fub drift of 0030. Hence the diptan 6875,5. 10,000000006,1626961. 3,8373039. L. Them. 74. Letter the 8th. Them FO. As far as the center of the M primum, or seds, beat orum, accord, ing, to Homer, or Milton's manner of referring space, a body falling, or a being moving with a velocity but of 1,000 feet per minute, i.e. at the rate of 20,000 yards per hour, or about 300 miles per day, would be at lead 300,000,000.0 years upon its journey thither, if not 1,000 m, and perhaps much more, without offending probability. But even 3,000,000 centuries, or ages, lure is enough to be employed, in paddling from one place to another. Therefore, we may conclude, the soul mud, have foam other vehicle than can be found in the ideas of matter to convey it fo far, at lead at once. Hence we may truly infer, that the soul mud be immaterial, and that in all probability there may be states in the universe fo much more longer lived than ours, that, compared with the age of man, the age of Fuka beings may be almost as an eternity, or rather, as that of the human species to that of a sun-born infect. Again, if there are dill stars beyond all the of other denomination, which we do not here perceive, how vady mud of numbers be in Kreeft, to expreefs, almod without idea, the amazing whole of this one viable creation, but what has been already fade, I judge will be lufficient to how the immensity of space, and help you to conceive the flippandy. Us nature of an endless universe j everywhere the home paflian production, and instantaneous care, of an infinite good being, perfectly wife, and powerful, of whom we can have no idea more, than a being in dark privation can have of light, but through the ludra of his own resplendent attributes. Thus, having attempted to enlarge your ideas of the creation in general, and in foam for having confided the indefinity of space, I fall in the next place proceed to give you foam account of my notions of time. As guidance is the mefur of magnitude and of all extent, and helps our imagination to the ideas of space, for per 5 moments the mefur of velocity, and makes us fenlable of duration, and as space may be extended through all infinity, fo time may be continued as to eternity. This succession of temporal ideas improved, or excited in the mind, as an effect of matter in motion, producing a perpetual change, both of objects earthly and celestial, enables us not only to reflect upon padvasiflitudes of nature, but from their regular curves, known order, and returns, predict phenomena to come, and prove the periodical effects of nature's condent laws fo jud and certain, that time may be fade with truth, to coexist with motion. Mefur being a certain quantity of sensation interwove with our ideas of guidance and duration, proceeding from a reflection of what is I'm briefed upon the mind by foam external object, I must again return to our mother of ideas the earth, and from thence, as I did, of guidance. Frame. Letter the 8th. $7. Frame the original images beft-footed to the understanding, proper for our judgment of duration. Time takes its feet denomination from the diurnal rotation of the earth upon its axis, which we call a natural day, and this for obvious reasons we subdivide in 24 parts or hours. This diurnal mo. Shinhang ben Fux flively repeated, and the day renewed 365 times, we find that all the vegetable world has gone through all its variegations, and nature has again put on the same face, adapted to the sea fawn, during which time, and indeed which occasions this general change and repetition, the earth is found to make one entire revolution round the sun. This space, or period of time, we call a solar, or rather a natural year, and from our sensibility of this and its constituent parts, both horary and diurnal, we form our general judgment of duration. Saturn, the most remote and most regular planet in our system, as has been said before, performs one revolution round the sun in about 29 of the above solar years. The great comet of 1680 makes but one periodical return in 575 of the years, and the general motion of the stars, arriving from the prospleon of the equinoxes, altogether continually changing their aft, or position, at the rate of 50 per year round the ecliptic poles, completes but one revolution in 25,920 years, in which time the whole sidereal frame of heaven has changed, and every star returned to the same point of the solar sphere it fet out from. This is by many called the Great Saturnian Year, concerning which, Mr. Adifone has thus translated an eminent author. When round the Great Saturnian Year has turned, in their old ranks the wandering stars fall fland, as when for feet mark hauled by the Almighty's hand. Addison dash. Now, if this sidereal revolution, arriving from a fecundary cough, require this number of years to perfect one rotation, what must their primitive orbits take to circumscribe the vortex magnus? It has been observed, that the big F star to us scarce moves a minute in 100 years, and the most remote as infantibly for ages, from whence and what has been already fate of the imagined diftance of the general center, we may frame this probable and well-grounded guess, that the mean revolution of a star near the middle of the vortex magnus cannot be made in less than 1,000,000 of years, and though to us imperceptible, our sun in his own orbicular direction, may be moving many miles per day. Besides, if local motion can be proved among feet the stars, what less than an eternity can again referee them to their original order and primitive state. L2. Such. 1. 76. Letter the 8th. Such vast room in nature, as Milton finely expresses it, cannot be without its youth, and nothing but absolute demonstration is wanting, which, from their nature and distance cannot be expanded, to confirm the grand divine, footed to that ide's infinite capacity, and of eternal benefit to all his creatures, especially beings of a rational sense, and in particular, mankind. Of the habitable worlds, Fuca as the earth, all which we may view hope to be alpha of a terrestrial or terraqueous nature, and filled with beings of the human species, subject to mortality, it may not be amiss in this place to compute how many may be conceived within our finite view every clear starlight night. It has already been made appear, that there cannot possibly be less than 10,000 Oko suns, or stars, within the radius of the visible creation, and admitting them all to have each but an equal number of primary planets moving round them, it follows that their mu would be within the whole celestial area 60 million p1l.00 n.8 worlds like ours. And if to the we add the of the secondary cloths, Fuca as the moon, which we may naturally suppose T1 P7 a 0 T.T0 E0 and 0D. Particular primary ones, and every system more or less of them, as well as here J, Fuca satellites may amount in the whole perhaps to 0.000 or more, in all together, then we may faithfully reckon. 000 asterisk and yet be much within compass, exclude 5 of the comets, which I judge to be by far the most numerous part of the creation. In this great celestial creation, the catastrophe of a world, fuka as ours, or even the total dissolution of a asylum of worlds, may possibly be no more to the great author of nature, than the most common accident in life with us, and in all probability fuka final and general doom. Days may be as frequent there, as even birthdays, or mortality with us. Upon the earth. This idea hastomething fo cheerful in it, that t only can never look upon the stars without wondering why the whole world does not become astronomer 9, and that men endowed with sense and refon, fiald any gledia science they are naturally fo much interested in, and fo capable of enlarging the understanding. As next to a demonstration, must convince them of their immortality, and reconcile them to all the little difficulties incident to human nature, without the least anxiety. Such a prophecy can scarce be called less than an ocular revelation, not only showing us how reasonable it is to expect a future life, but as it were pointing out to us the beginnings of an eternity, and what we may with the greatest confidence expect from the eternal providence, dignifying our natures with something analogous to the knowledge we attribute to an gels from whence we ought to depipe all the vicissitudes of adverb or tuon, which make fo many narrow-minded mortals miserable. I am now, and co. C 77. Letter the 9th. Reflex ions, by way of general scholia, of consequences relating to the immortality of the soul and concerning infinity and eternity. Sir. T is my loft letter to you, I mean my final agronomical one, I propose as a general scholia to the reft, the principal matter being reflex ions upon what is gone before, with foam. Conclusion naturally following or appendant to what has been already laid asterisk. But which, I could not in any other place, fo properly remark to you. The probability of the foregoing conjectures, chiefly built upon very distant observations, few in apparent necessity for foam other kind of doctrine permitted by Providence, to give mankind a knowledge of their immortality and dependence upon it, in the first ages of the world. And for the fame refon it evidently appears, that the ancient philosophers had it not in their power to prove a supreme being and dicaret rexer of all things this way. And yet, as by a sort of intellects, or natural refon, and conspiracy of nefs, of a good principle, we fee. How many noble steps they made towards it, and was convinced at loft of this great truth, that since there was a mind in fo imperfects a creature as man, the purge ex universe which comprehended all things, could not possibly be without one, and as Sir Ifasi Newton has justly observed in his Principia, if every par tide of space be always, and every individual moment of duration everywhere purely the maker and lord of all things, cannot be never and nowhere, to make manifest the infinite empire and agency of God, from ce leftial motion, became the task, but of very late years J and I can't help being of opinion, that by means of the primary bodies, only, we fall at length be able to trace the greater circulations, and laws of nature, to their real original and fountain head. The 78. Letter the 9th. The were anything wanting besides the miracle ourselves 2. Convince us of a divine origination, are all infallible proofs, that the universe is governed by an intelligent and all-powerful being. Hope exifence is too nearly related to a self-evident truth to be more clearly demonstrated, than it is manifest of itself, both from the particular laws of nature, and the general order of things. An argument which has been thought of no small force, and well worth observing in the infancy of Christianity. Thine v. Fibble things of God are clearly fectin, being under flood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead. Romi 20. But 'tis now high time to look back upon my theory, and tell you, it is a vain supposition, to imagine I'll ever be able to convince every reader, either of the truth or probability of what I have advanced to you, mathematical afflictance not being to be expected, where perhaps it has never been thought of. And I allow you, it is much more phonable to expect, that 50 profans will read the letters without perceiving the reasonableness of them, than that 5,000 consider them with proper judgment. I must ingenuously confess to you, that nothing is wanting to convince me entirely of the certainty of what I here advance by way of conjecture to you. But this you will only look upon as an happy partiality, which generally attends all authors, and always will be the chief support of their tedious labors. I affire you, I have neither hopes nor expectation, no, not the weak breath of a whiff, to be admitted a proper judge of my own works. But I'll always take their imperfection to be my rather, like, own faults, to be too near me to be seen. Why? I therefore my trust all to friend, and if I am fortunate as to excite his approbation, I'll think myself very happy in a very favorite point, which is the advancing nothing which a rational reader would willingly overlook, or be ignorant of. But if I have been happy as to come near the mark, as to border upon truth, I believe you will allow me to carry conjectures a little further, and point out farther pleasing consequences, which I begin to perceive may naturally follow, should it be granted, that the creation may be circular or orbicular. I would next suppose, in the general center of the whole an intelligent principle, from whence proceeds that mythic and paternal power, productive of all life, light, and the infinity of things. Clear the to all extending eye of providence, within the sphere of its activity, and as omnipresently providing, feet in the center of infinity. I would imagine views all the objects of his power at once, and every tiling immediately direct, dip confingent fly its enlivening influence. 2. Letter than int. 79. To the remote regions everywhere all round. I know you'll say astronomers are never to be satisfied, and I must own where there is much rational entertainment for the human mind, and footable to the true dignity of God, and most worthy of man, it is not even to asterisk nowhere to flop in fuka a scene of wonders. Having, I say, once granted that all the stars may move round one common center, I think it is very natural to one, who loves to pursue nature as far as we may, to inquire what most likely may be in that center, for since we must allow it to be superior to any other point of situation in the known universe, it is highly probable, there may be one body of light real or earthy substance lead there, where the divine prescience, or corporeal agent, full of all virtues and perfections, more immediately prevails over his own creation. And here this primary agent of the omnipotent and eternal being, may fit enthroned, as in the primum mobile of nature, ACHNG in concert with the eternal will, to this common center of gravitation, which may be fed to attract all virtues, and repel all vice, all beings as to perfection. May tend and from hence all bodies for feet derive their spring of action, and are directed in their various motions. Thus in the foci, or center of creation, I would willingly introduce a primitive fountain, perpetually overflowing with divine grace, from whence all the laws of nature have their origin, and this I think would reduce the whole universe into regular order and just harmony, and, at the same time, enlarge our ideas of the divine indulgence, open our propct into nature's fair vineyard, the vast field of all our future inheritance. But what this central body really is, I fall not here presume to say. Yet I can't help observing it must of necessity, if the creation is real and not merely ideal, be either a globe of fire superior to the sun, or otherwise of after aqueous or terrestrial sphere, surrounded with an ether like our earth, but more refined, transparent and serene. Which 6f of is most probable, I fall leave undetermined, and must know. Ledge at the same time, my notions here are fo imperfect, I hardly dare conjecture. 'Tis true, I have ventured to think it may be one of the and since fo glorious a situation can hardly be fo fed without its per inhabitants, 'tis most natural to conclude it may be the latter. In the Furfeet Cafe, besides our having no idea of beings existing in fire, it would not, notwithstanding its diphthongs, be fo eva to account for its being invisible. And since the lustre of the stars are all innate, they could receive no benefit from it, and consequently fuka a nature as a fuller calm position, must in this place be rendered useless, but in the latter sub 3 position. 8.0. Letter the 9th. Position of its being a dark body, we have no difficulty attending us. Having febrile instances of like bodies, moving round an opaque one. Now when we consider that all the radiant globes, which adorn the skies, the bright ethereal sparks of elemental fire, thick strewed like seeds of light all round our hemisphere, are each to us the embryo of a glorious sun J. How awful and stupendous must that region be, where all their beams unite and make one inconceivable eternal day. Though the deity, phase a learned writer FB eventually prevent through all the amenity of space, there is one part of it in which he divco ver himself in a mod, transcendent and visible glory. This is that place F which is marked out in scripture, under the different appellations of paradise, the third heaven, the throne of God, and the habitation of his glory. This, continues the famed author, is that prescience of God, which foam of the divines call his glorious, and others his majestic xc fence / It is here, and here only, as in the center of his infinite creations, where he resides in offensible magnificence, and in the midfeet of the splendors, which can the imagination of his creatures J. And though the mod, facret and supreme divinity be allowed as essentially present in all other places as well as in this, as being a being hope center is every where, and circumference nowhere, yet it is here only, or in fuka dollar senforium of his unity, where he manifests his corporeal agency, as in the foci of his infinite empire over all created beings. It is to this majestic prescience of God, we may apply the beautiful expressions of scripture, behold even to the moon and it shineth not, yet the stars are not pure in his sight. The light of the sun, and all the glories of the world, on which we live, are but as weak and fickly glimmerings, or rather dark nefs itself, in comparison of the splendors, which encompass this throne of God. Here heaven's wide realms and end left seen dip plays. And floods of glory through its portals. Blaze J. The sun himself laud, in superior light. No more renews the day, or drives away the night. The moon, the stars, and planets dive appear. And nature fixed he makes one eternal year. Here and here alone centered in the realms of inexpressible glory, we justly may imagine that primogenial globe or sphere of all perfect ions. Fubj. Letter the ninth. Si. Fubjct to the extremes of neither cold nor here, of eternal temperance and duration. Here we may not irrationally hope the virtues of the meritorious are at loft rewarded and received into the full population of every happiness, and to perfect joy. The final and immortal state ordained for look human beings, as have baffled this vortex of probation through all the degrees of human nature with the supreme plough. What vast room is here, for infinite power and we dom to adt in, and that fo vivibly takes delight to bids all his beings with his bounty. And lefts as his prescience, attributes, and goodness, are undoubtedly all the natural and apparent joys with which he manifests his love to all his creatures, a multiplicity of objects not to be enumerated. For where fever we turn our eyes, and follow with our refon, we may meet with worlds of all formations, footed no doubt to all natures, tables, and tempers, and every class of beings. Here a group of worlds, all valleys, lakes, and rivers, adorned with mountains, woods, and lawns, cascades and natural fountains, their worlds. All fertile of lands, covered with woods, perhaps upon a common sea, and filled with grottos and romantic caves. This way, worlds all. Earth, with vast extensive lawns and victos, bounded with perpetual greens, and interperfed with groves and wilderness, full of all varieties of fruits and flowers. That world fifting perhaps by soft rains, this by daily dews, and vapors, and a third by a central fuddle moisture, arriving like an effluvia, through the pores and veins of the earth, and exhaling or absorbing as the siphon varies to and where nature's calls. Round foam perhaps, fo denfin atmophora, that the inhabitants may fly from place to place, or be drawn through the air in winged riots, and even fieep upon the waves with safety, round others pafloblet. Fo thin a fluid, that the arts of navigation may be totally unknown to it, and looked upon as impracticable and absurd, as chariot flying may be. Here with us J and foam were not improbably, superior beings to the who man, may refied, and man may be of a very inferior class J the fecund. Third, or fourth perhaps, and scarce allowed to be a rational creature. Worlds, with various moons we know of already, worlds, with stars and comets only, we equally can prove is very probable, and that there may be worlds with various suns, is not impossible. And hence it is obvious, that there may not be a scene of joy, which poetry can paint, or religion promif, but foam wherein the universe is prepared for the meritorious part of mankind. Thus all infinity is full of states of Bales J. Angelic choirs, regions of heroes, and realms of demigods. Elysian fields, Pindaric shades, and myriads of enchanting manfions. ML. Not. G2. Letter the ninth. Not to be conceived either by philosophy or fancy, of a fled by the strongest genius and warmest imagination. All harmony of lie crowded and provided with every object of beatitude, that friendship, love, or society can inspire, the moves or the graces frame and all as permanent and perfect, that is destined to a duration, footed to the nature of their exigence and degree of cognizance. For as a very learned writer observes upon this famed subject J. How can we tell, but that there may be above us beings of greater powers, and more perfect intellects, and capable of mighty things, which yet may have corporeal vehicles as we have, but finer and invisible, nay, who knows, but that there may be even of the many orders, rivaling in dignity of nature, and amplitude of power, one above another? It is no way below the philosophy of the times, which seems to delight in enlarging the capacities of matter, to afflict the possibility of this, from the amazing ideas of space in general, and from the particular distance of the stars, which separates as it were, one system of bodies from another, and by so prodigious an extent, as scarce to be fopust a temporal talk. I think it naturally follows, had we no other way to prove it, or any other reason to believe it, that the soul must flow of necessity be immaterial, for as the space seems so impalpable to matter, as not to be undertaken and performed without the lapse of ages, in a state only of transmigration, we may well imagine, that change of place is not of it did this way, but by some other virtue or property, more immediate, if not instantaneous. Way I own next to annihilation is the state of oblivion, and this we may solve all difficulties with regard to our being sensible of Fuka Olafs, of exigence J. But if we allow the soul to be immaterial, it no longer has anything to do with space, but as operating by reflection only, or the faculty of thinking J. It may be like the imagination where it pleases. In a moment, objects of the mind abstracted from the sense of the body, has no real or comparative magnitude, that is, I would lay, an inch, a foot, a yard, a mile, or a million of miles are all equally indefinite, and is thus provj. Every finite line is formed of an infinite number of points, and no finite line can be solved into more. Thus, if you will allow me the expression, the mind being magnified as all objects are diminified, what seems impracticable in the natural state of things, in an ideal one, becomes very possible. That is to make myself more intelligible, though we can hardly conceive how any being can pass from Sirens to the sun, by natural laws in their proper state, yet if proportionally reduced by a new letter the ninth, 83, new modification of ideas, to the bigness of a ball 6 feet diameter, and to be only 680 miles half under J. The thing is very comprehensive, and if hence Vifyon, light, and electrical virtue, seem to be propagated with Fuka velocity, that nothing but God can possible be the vehicle. And hence we may justly say with St. Paul Acts 17:28. In him we live. In him we move. In him we have our being. It will further appear, from the foregoing letters, that all the stars and planetary bodies within the finite view, are altogether but a very minute part of the whole rational creation, I mean that vast collective body of habitable beings, which I have endeavored to demonstrate, are all governed by the same laws, though veritably revolving round one common center, in which center we may not impertinently venture to Fupof, the prime agent of our natures J. Or otherwise, the mal perfect of all created beings, illimitable in his ideas and faculties of sensation particularly prefied. But though pad all diffused, without a shore, his offense J. Local is his throne. As meet To gather the dip per feet, as standards call. The lifted from afar. To fix a point J. A central point, collective of his sons. Since finite every nature, but his own. Dr. Town. And. Farther fins without any impiety J. Fins as. The creation is. FO is. The creator alpha magnified, we may conclude in confequence of an in. Finity. And. An. Infinite. All active. Power. That is the. Vifible creation. Is. Fupofed to be full of fidery all systems and planetary worlds, FO on, in like. Similar manner, the endless immensity is an unlimited plenum of creations. Not unlike the known universe. See plate XXXI. Which you may if you please, call a partial view of immensity, or without much impropriety. Perhaps, a finite view of infinity, and all the together, probably diver. Feed, as at A, B and C in plate XXXII. Which represents their sections. If all may be a proper term for an infinite or indefinite number, we may justly imagine to be the object of that incomprehensible being, which alone and in himself comprehends and constitutes supreme perfection. That this in all probability may be the real cafe, is in some degree made evident by the many cloudy spots, just perceivable by us, as far without our starry regions, in which though visibly luminous spaces, no one star or particular constituent body can possibly be distinguished, the in all. 84. Letter the 9th. All likelihood may be external creation, bordering upon the known one. Too remote for even our telescopes to reach. With the raptured poet may we not justly say, oh, what a root! What a branch is here! Oh, what a father! What a family! Worlds, systems, and creations. And in consequence of this, in an eternity, what scenes, half-reich, adventures thicken? Novelties for prize? What webs of wonder fall unravel there? Night thoughts? So many varied seats where every element may have its proper beings. And all adapted to partake of everything footed to their natures, argue. Fuca maturity of wifedom, and the baffle production fuca materius. Power J. 'Tis hardly possible for mortals not to feed divine intelligence. Prefide, and that every being foamware mul be happy. A universe fo well defined, and filled with fuca and endless structure. Of material beings, and all the revolt of prescience and infinite reflected. Refon, flowing from a mind all perfect, full of all ideas, could never be defined in vain, and though our narrow bounds of refon limited, by finite sense, cannot directly feed the consequence dependent on a sequel. Yet from what we do feed, great room we have to hope the next stage of excellence will be more lasting and more perfect, and it is highly probable. The noblest suggestion of the mold luxuriant fancy may fall in nightly thwart of what we are defined for. But here, even in this world, are joys which our ideas of heaven can far succeed, and if imperfection appear thus lovely, what must perfection be, and what may we not expect and hope for, by a meritorious Ike? If since in providence, under the direction, indulgence, and protection of infinite wifedom and good nefs, who manifestly defends perfect felicity as the reward of virtue in all his creatures, and will, at proper periods, and for all our with he's in foam predefined world. All this the vapt apparent provision in the starry manfions, theme to pro. Mip, what ought we then not to do, to prefer be our natural birthright to it and to merit fuca inheritance, which alas we think created all to **r. To fly alone, a race of vainglorious gigantic beings, while they are confined to this world, chained, like I owe many atoms to a grain of sand. Tem, and c.